Good evening, everyone. I am President Emily Stevens, and I call this regular board meeting of February 12th, 2026 to order. The time is 5 o'clock. I would like to remind everyone to please silence your mobile devices. We're going to do the flag salute. The presentation of colors will be led by the Cheyenne High School ROTC. Cadet James Diaz, Cadet Lay Tamu, Cadet Tamari Ann Muna, Cadet Christian Akiola, Battalion Command Sergeant Major Cadet Zamia Ford, Sergeant Major Larry Newton, Jr., retired United States Army instructor. Trustee Satori, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you so much. All right, before I open item 1.02, is there anyone who did not get a chance to fill out a public speaker card? It's a yellow card. If you did not, you can come up to the front. They'll have the card for you. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and do 1.02, adoption of the agenda. Do we have any public comment, please? Oh, okay. Trustee Henry will make the motion to approve the agenda.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Madam President. Do we have the land acknowledgement before this?
We do not.
Oh, My apologies, Madam President. I didn't know that that changed. So pardon me. Madam President, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following changes. Revised reference materials have been provided for item 4.03, advanced coursework, workforce development, and career readiness. Additional reference material has been provided for item 3.05, 2026B, medium-term bond resolution.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to second the motion, but I'm not sure if I heard correctly. We're not doing the acknowledgement, the land acknowledgement?
It is not on the agenda.
Okay, but are we not doing that anymore, or is just
If it's not on the agenda, we are not doing it.
on tonight's agenda?
It is not on the agenda.
All right, I will second the motion, but I'd like to come back to that at a later date. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is item 2.01. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a first and a second. Cast your votes. All right, that passes. Okay, we're closing out. What?
He needs to revote because it didn't record.
There we go. Okay. Vote passes. That ends 1.02. Now we're going to open 2.01 student reports. I'll turn it over to our Chief Communications Officer, Kristen Sear.
Madam President, members of the board, Kristen Sear for the record. And tonight I am proud to continue our new tradition, our favorite part of the meeting, hearing from students. Tonight we have a student from Coronado High School, Reed Gubler. And I just wanted to note, typically we do have 2 students every night. Unfortunately tonight, Samantha from Centennial High School wasn't able to join us, but we will reschedule her because I know we all want to hear from her. So I'm going to pass it along to Reed.
Hi, I'm Reed Gubler. I'm the student body president as a senior at Coronado High School. I really love the school I go to, and the reason is simple. Coronado offers opportunities that allow every student to find where they belong. Currently at Coronado, we're super grateful to have 716 students enrolled in dual enrollment. Additionally, last spring, Coronado administered 2,260 AP exams with the pass rate of 84%. Such successes also led to last year's senior class earning $33 million in scholarships, with over $100 million for over the past 3 years. While academics are great, Coronado is so much more than statistics and scores. Before winter break, we celebrated our annual Winter Week, a week filled with lunch activities, performances, and performing arts assembly that showcased who we are as a school. Band, orchestra, choir, cheer, dance, theater, everyone performed. At Coronado, everyone has the opportunity to take the stage, and I really love that. Many of our students are also athletes. I am not one of them. No, I'm the kid that decorates when there's a sports game. But I'm always so proud of our Cougars. Most recently, we have earned 2 regional championships, 2 state runner-ups, 7 state championships, and 3 academic state championships. Coronado has roughly 90 clubs on campus, and everyone is so involved. With 174 members, Key Club just won their Division 28 East Spring Championship and raised over 2,000 hours just last semester. Our marching band placed first for Henderson Electric Light Parade. Varsity Quiz won 3 championships back to back to back. Our Hope Squad has 2 members on the national board. Our Black Student Union is creating a multicultural event. And last December, Student Council organized our annual Cougars Care Project, a school-wide initiative that allows classes to adopt kids and supply them with gifts and needs for the holiday season. All these accomplishments are great, but when you dig a little deeper from the student perspective, our lives are hard. And as we age, we're really just trying to figure out what's cool and what's normal and how not to be weird and how to be smart but not a nerd and how we want to be nice but how scary it is to raise your hand and answer that question in class, because what if someone else is going to judge you, or what if they want to be cool too? And then we get thrown into the real world and just hope for the best. It's hard. More than ever, kids just need a place to belong. School is so much more than just a building. It's the lunch table where you feel accepted, the teacher who notices you, the club that becomes your family, or sometimes simply just a safe place to be. School has really just a ginormous impact on our lives, and that can be for good or for bad. From my perspective, Coronado does a really great job making school a good environment, and that's what matters most. And that really just reflects CCSD. I've grown up in this school district. My parents have grown up in this school district. I guess I really just want to say thank you. You instill that positive environment and are shaping countless lives into such great people. And I'm really sad to say goodbye in a few months. But thank you.
Thank you, Reed, and that was so good. Of course, Coronado High School is represented by Trustee Stevens in District A and Trustee Esparza-Straffergan in Henderson. And I wanted to acknowledge that Reed's principal, Mr. Piccinini, is here. So thank you to support him. And he mentioned his parents, who are apparently CCSD grads as well. So Natalie and Tyler are here as well. Thank you.
All right, we'll open it up to discussion. Trustee Esparza-Straffergan.
Reed, first I want to say, wow, to be able to just be here in a space that you've never been in and to speak publicly, it was just so natural for you. But I think what's so natural is you can see that your school is very special. And what I love in the words that you said was belonging, you said opportunities, and you said safe. So I'm curious because I had an opportunity to interact with some students last night at one of our dream sessions, and they were kind of mentioning, you mentioned it, how life is hard for high school kids. So I'll cut to the question. They talked about mental health, and I know that Coronado is a flagship for Hope Squad. So could you tell us about Hope Squad and maybe, I know you decorate, but the important pieces of, having that in your school?
Yeah, I would love to. So I've been on Hope Squad since 6th grade in middle school, so 7 years, and I'm actually right now on the national board for it. But I think it's the greatest thing ever. So Hope Squad, for anyone that doesn't know, it's a suicide prevention group. So it's people that are nominated onto this group to learn like suicide warning signs and try to help anyone that we can and recognize those signs. And for me, I think right now, the rates of suicide just go up and up. I think the statistic is like roughly 2,000 people are committing around the world. And, I feel like over time that's just getting worse. And so for me, it's such an honor to be on Hope Squad. And I really just love being able to help my peers with that.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Reed, Trustee Esparza-Straffergan took my question about Hope Squad, but that's okay because it is so wonderful that I wanted you to tell everybody what it was. And so it sounds like it's been a really great experience. You're the first student that I've met that has actually been on Hope Squad for, you said, since 6th grade. So can you tell those that don't, maybe are not familiar with that, how you were selected?
Yeah, so I went to Bob Miller Middle School, and it was Bob Miller's first year that they did it, and basically the program, how they started was there was like a form sent to everyone in the school, and during a certain period or something, everyone had to fill it out, and it was basically they put down like 3 names that they felt were, these had these certain attributes that they, felt safe around, that were just overall good people. And then a few weeks later, I got the email inviting me to be on Hope Squad. I had no idea what it was at the time, but then we had these meetings and we started learning more about it. And then we had the opportunity to really join it, and yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you so much. So actually, you were selected by your peers, right?
Yes, sorry, I was selected by the
Okay,
peers.
no, that is such an honor, and it's an honor to have you here and have you working on that and doing that kind of work, because it's so important. And I just want to tell you that decorating is extremely important, okay? So I do not want anybody to discount that. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say congratulations. You're very impressive to listen to, and thank you for being so candid with us. It's so important that you have that voice and that so many students can relate to when they do feel uncomfortable. And so it's okay to be a little weird, and be different, and that's great. So thanks again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing as nobody else is in the queue, that was awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks for giving us your time and telling us more about you and all the great things at your school. Great job.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Now that we have closed 2.01, before I open the consent agenda, item 3.01, I believe, or just item 3, I should say. Yeah, has anybody not filled out a public speaker card? Yes, sir. If you come up to the front, they'll give you one. Okay, thank you. Are these both for consent? Okay, just these two. We have 2 folks who signed up for public comment for our consent agenda. So I'd like to go ahead and ask Mr. Todd Young to go ahead and come forward.
I'm actually on 3.02.
So the consent agenda has all of those together. Yes, sir. So you can go ahead and talk about that. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Todd Young. I am a school mental health professional at Harney Middle School. I am in my second year at Harney Middle School. Prior to that, I was at Variety School for 7 years. I'm also licensed special education and licensed general education. Madam President, Board, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. The reason that I'm here tonight is I'm actually asking the Board not approve item 3.02 for a $50,000 contract for Cortez LLC. And the reason I'm asking that is because the information that is actually on the agenda and also on the contract is basically for Cortez LLC to come in and teach a wonderful new operating chief for SSD, who is Stacy Sly, who is extremely knowledgeable in regards to special education school law. And I do not believe that we need to spend $50,000 to once again reteach special education law. Also, when we have Daniel Ibahara, who is in charge of the legal component of compliance and monitoring, who can also teach and answer any questions regarding special education law. He is brilliant. So I had a chance to speak to Ms. Sly this evening, and she explained to me that actually what is on the order for this is for Dr. Cortez to actually work in helping to go to Child Find and helping the district with Child Find. However, that is not mentioned anywhere in the contract. And the contract is all about, and if I may read it, please, to provide comprehensive consulting services and Individual with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, compliance, Section 504 implementation, special education law, system, and strengthening and leadership professional learning. The anticipated project period is February 13th, 2026 through August 6, 2026 for the amount of $50,000. The purpose of this project is to enhance the CCSD overall compliance posture, strengthening operational systems, reduce legal exposure, and support leadership development aligned with CCSD standards and Nevada revised statutes. Again, this whole contract talks about the teaching of 504 and special education law. There is no mention of it anywhere in regards to child find. And that is why I'm asking that this not be approved until either the contract is signed or there is something to the public.
Sir, thank you. Thank you so much. We have one more public comment for consent agenda. Mr. David Gomez, please state your name for the record.
David Gomez, for the record, Nevada Peace, oh, I'm beeping again, okay. David Gomez, for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance President. Now, I understand that Cortez consultant didn't mention, or even legal probably didn't put in a contract or didn't review the contract with the child fine, but I had to write this out as I was actually driving. We're engaging in a consultant strengthening child fine because a timely identification is essential to student success, equity, and legal compliance. She would conduct a root cause analysis and stakeholder focus group to identify barriers and deliver clear, important plans that ensure the students are identified efficiently and receive needed services as soon as possible. And I know that how they're wondering how to say yes to this. And the thing is, we don't have time, but we need things done as soon as possible. Because children can't wait for us to determine the levels of the need for early child intervention, and it's very critical. Now, that was a brief of what I had to say, but with the consultant, me and Miss Monica has never seen eye to eye at times, and sometimes we have. But in this case, when we're talking about children, we have to make sure that we do what's best for the child. We do what's best for children, special need children, 504 plans, different things like that. And we have to implement things that are going to work for them. If we take away these things because some people have personalized agendas on how they hate a person, remember I said we didn't see eye to eye at times, or whatever they feel towards something, then that's their own problem. We can always figure out how to redo the contract, how to add verbiage in there. We can do things like that. We can strike out things and do what we need to do to make it work. But nobody comes and complains when we give $3 million to Dr. Green. Nobody comes and complains when we give $2-point-something million to a consultant agency that needs me and a whole bunch of other people to tell them how to do their job. I don't see them in there complaining about that. But there's a lot of other things inside that budget that I'm very much hoping that they go and look at 3.09, start looking at those numbers, and start to say, what's wrong with this? Why are we paying $40,000 for mariachi? Why are we paying this? But yet they're not concerned about that. We're concerned about how children are not going to receive, or the people are not going to receive the right training and the implement of training that they need to get this done. We need to think about children. Once we start thinking about personalized agendas, once we start thinking about somebody, oh, my name is David Gomez and you need to follow what I say, or if I'm the governor, no, I'm not interested in that. All that nepotism and friendship stuff can go in the trash can. And they can take it with them. But we need to think about children. We got to remember that our children in the west side and east side suffer the most. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion to pull the item from the agenda. 3.02, this one.
We have a motion on the floor to pull item 3.02 from consent. Do I have a second? Trustee Dominguez.
I would like to second the motion.
Okay, I have a first and a second to pull item 3.02 from consent. Let's go ahead and vote. Motion does not pass. I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I make a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Do I have a second? Trustee Esparza Stoffergen.
Second.
Let's vote. Motion passes. All right, we're going to close item 3 and move on to item 4.01. Oh, I apologize. No, we're not. I'm going to ask Trustee Dominguez to please read the warrants first. Forgive me.
Thank you, Madam President. Ratified warrants as listed in the bills payable, transmittal, and board memorandum 12, 25, 26 in the total of $345,508,574.90. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we will open 4.01, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good evening. Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Welsh, I'm Kevin McPartland, the Associate Superintendent over the Education Services Division for the record. I'm joined here tonight by Danielle Jones, Executive Director over Alternative Services. As part of her role, she oversees our efforts to combat chronic absenteeism. This is what we hope will be a positive presentation regarding our first semester outcomes. We are proud to share that we are continuing to see substantial decreases in chronic absenteeism. For this presentation, we took advantage of the fact that we are not bound by the Focus 2024 template, but also maintain consistency with the data points to show accurate trend data for you. Before we dive into the first semester data, we did want to review our end of the year data for the last 4 years. As you can see, chronic absenteeism peaked at nearly 40% in 2022 after COVID. By prioritizing attendance and implementing intentional and targeted supports and strategies, we have demonstrated a consistent reduction in chronic absenteeism overall and for every student group. At the conclusion of last year, chronic absenteeism had been reduced to 26.9%. Madam President, with your permission, I'll turn it over to Ms. Jones to continue the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. Danielle Jones for the record. Slide 3 is demonstrating our chronic absenteeism rates during the first semester of the last 3 school years. As you can see, we're continuing to see a downward trend in chronic absenteeism this year as we demonstrate by a 2.5 reduction in overall rate for the last year. This reduction is highlighted by a 3.4% reduction for the Black African American student group, a 3% reduction for the Hispanic student group and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders, and a 2.9 reduction for students eligible for special education services. Next, we'd like to also continue to monitor the gap between student groups with the highest and lowest chronic absenteeism rates. As you can see here, during the first semester, we're continuing to close the gap for our students, but of course, we have more work to do. This slide is a new slide, and this was based on feedback we received from the trustees. This will show the comparison for grade level. As you can see, the lowest are in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade and progressively increase as students move into high school. This data point has led us to prioritize kindergarten parents to educate them about attendance and 12th grade students and families with our home visits and our interventions. This next slide is just our average between our grade levels. And as you can see, chronic absenteeism rate is highest for our high school students, and this data has been used for the past 3 years while implementing interventions and support for our high school campuses. Here, we'd like to highlight the actions taken based on the challenges we previously identified and the lessons learned from previous years have led to our success in reducing absenteeism. First, this cannot be overstated, is how powerful it has been to have our community partners, municipalities, buy into the fact that chronic absenteeism is not just a school district issue. It requires our community partners. The collaboration and prioritization of chronic absenteeism with the district central offices by our school leaders and our community has made all the difference. We also focus on the expansion of wraparound services and supports both in our schools and community This is an integral part of our strategies to address the root causes of chronic absenteeism for our families. We love highlighting our district attendance officers. The first semester, we're proud to share that they have visited over 24,000 homes during the first semester. And as a reminder, these visits focus solely on providing information and resources to our parents and do not involve criticizing or introducing punitive measures against families. I personally met with school leadership teams with high levels of chronic absenteeism to analyze their attendance data, and we developed tailored action plans for their school communities. Finally, we have invested in expanding professional learning for our site-based staff to strengthen culturally responsive and trauma-informed approaches to meet the needs of all students. This investment includes the sharing of best practices and consistent messaging across our district. Finally, with our next steps, the work of combating chronic absenteeism is never done, and we're focusing on how we can expand our current work to continue to re-engage our students and families. First, we are capitalizing on Superintendent Ebert's launch of the Bright Futures Initiative during the State of the District address at the end of, that last month, to recruiting new community partners to join us in the work to promote positive attendance habits. We also are still prioritizing resources and home visits for our 12th grade students and their families to support their efforts towards graduation. We continue meeting with our community partners to prioritize this work across all municipalities. And we'll continue to refine and expand consistent district-wide messaging, professional learning for schools, and data-driven use of strategic plans to support students. And finally, we are going to analyze the re-engagement data from our recent Bright Future community walks. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions or comments you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I'd like to open it up for discussion. Trustees? Trustee Bustamante Adams?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you so much for your hard work. I can tell it's paying off. Smart move, Mr. McPartland. My question has to do with the community coalition. So we talked about the municipalities, but can you name some other entities? I think that the health district plays a role as well.
Yes, we do have several community partners. Actually, we just had our first Bright Futures meeting yesterday. We work with communities and schools. We work with Title I Hope. We work with some business entities as well who've come in and shared resources, and they're just part of our network now where we can reach out to.
Trustee Satori?
Thank you so much. Thank you for that presentation and for all of your hard work. And it's just really wonderful to see this focus on chronic absenteeism. It's definitely made a difference, and appreciate all of that you have done. I also love sharing that number with the 24,000. What was it? It was like 40,000 for the year last year. Yeah, I mean, it's just an incredible number. I mean, it's just something to really celebrate and be proud of. Can you remind me, like, how many attendance officers do we have, and what kind of region do they cover? How much area do they cover?
Sure. So we do have a split. We have district attendance officers. We have 30 of those. Okay. We typically split about, each officer gets about 10 schools, and we have some floaters. And the schools also can fund their own officer. I believe we have about 20-25 schools that have their own officer. So yeah, we do spread them out.
Thank you. And one last question. What do you see in this beautiful, seeing that graph, that bar graph go down, what do you see as a realistic target for next year? What are you shooting for?
You know, ideally, we want to get close to where we were before COVID. We're about 21%, but our dream is 15%, mm-hmm. And it just continued to push these initiatives.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. One of the questions that I have is, do we have any numbers of the chronic absenteeism students that are on COSA?
We don't currently track that, but I can get that for you.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have three in total, okay? When you were doing the Bright Futures Walk, I unfortunately was not able to participate, but what was a common theme that you all feel you all saw?
So we did hear back from some of our community members and our schools, and it's the same type of things our offices are hearing. We have maybe some home instability. We have some mental health issues that might be occurring. Some families are dealing with unemployment, and so our goal is to hopefully get them connected to the right resource at that time. But it was nothing that we haven't really heard before, but we did appreciate that our community was able to see that too, to hopefully get more partners.
Okay, thank you. And the last question I have, with the student walkouts that are happening right now, do we predict any impact on our absenteeism rate?
We've looked at the data for the ones that happen, and it has not had an impact because with our chronic absenteeism is 50% more of the day, which will impact the daily attendance. So far, no.
And that's because students, when they are participating, they are only gone about an hour, 2 hours, which is not the 50% and the numbers. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. And we had such a great conversation during our briefing. I wanted to go to slide 3, if possible. I know there was a few numbers here, so I wanted to really dig into the, let's see, there was, one of the things I get is this special education students, and I just wanted to hear, a little bit more in the public of why we're attributing those numbers to.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Dominguez. So we will attribute that to the schools. I mean, they're really working hard to communicate with families early and often. They're trying to really dig in on what is causing those absences to provide the appropriate resources and even some accommodations that might be needed.
Beautiful. And so I got the privilege of attending Proclamation Day with Councilwoman Nancy Brune, and she was recognizing one of our schools for increasing their star rating, which is great. And, a lot of people don't know our star rating is connected to the absenteeism rate. And so, the let more kids come to school, the more ability those ratings go up for schools. One of the things that was mentioned to me was the zoning of the schools. And so is that something we're looking at? And I take it, you guys know I've spent 3 years on AZAC, so I know zoning very well. Are we looking at that when we're looking at schools with high chronic absenteeism? Do we look at things like the zoning of the school? Can students walk to school? Are majority of those students taking the bus? Those types of things.
When we work with the schools individually, we do ask those questions and how much the impact of the location of the school and where their students are zoned. And if they're primarily a walking school, we focus more on the parents and see how we can help them. If it's a transportation issue, our office does issue bus passes to families that would help them more. But as a whole, with the zoning, the process. So we just try to work on an individual basis and how we can support those families that need it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Trustee Cavazos.
Yes, I wanted to ask, first of all, thank you for the presentation. It is good to have some positivity going in the right direction here, definitely, especially with, shall we say, shortening some of the gaps. You had something in there, I don't remember which slide it was on, having to do with professional growth and training. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Thank you. So when we do our professional learning, we're kind of spread out. We work with our new administrators. I do trainings with them. I have schools, they can schedule an individual appointment with my team or myself, and we can work just solely on their data and what their school is doing, because it's not really one size fits all with training, so we try to really focus and narrow in on how we can help that individual school. We have our Bright Futures initiative that went out. We just sent out a marketing packet to all the schools, so now they have curated messaging that they can send out to their families, and English and Spanish. We're trying to work on multiple languages too. Social media posts that they can use. So we're trying a variety of different things to try to get our messaging consistent. So we start there, general, and then we kind of work down to personalized training.
So it sounds like, Ms. Jones, like it's very individualized. It's not just, as you said, one size fits all. Thank you so much for that elaboration. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Staffordin.
Thank you for honoring the request of giving us the data differently. I think it's very telling to kind of see how the swing is between the grades of who's actually showing a difference. So thank you for that real time. Okay, so I have a lot of questions. You ready? Here we go. The 24,000 home visits, and I've asked this before. I want to know the tracking of how many have returned. And I'm only saying this because I participated in the Bright Futures, and I will do a shout out. I was with Basic High School, and it was outstanding. I will say very successful. And the things that I heard from our families, the struggle, the whys, the root cause of what's going on. So do we have that information of how many actually are we impacting out of the 24,000 to return to school?
We're still working on that with our data. However, we have looped in our schools more often on the home visits that we're doing for their individual school. So they're able to do the follow-up as well. We also have our student success advocates that will go in and dig in on some of those home visits. We are working on doing, for the homes that we don't get a two-way interaction with, our department's working on sending out a personalized message to that family that we left a door tag. If you don't want to call us, in case the door tag blew off the door or something. So we want to make sure that we are engaging with the families and we're not just leaving a notice. So that's one thing we're also working on. But we are still trying to figure out the logistics of pulling that data because the home visits happen sporadically and the attendance happens sporadically. So it's a little bit difficult to get a good number for you.
So that's a follow-up. I think I really want us to dig into it. The other thing I think I'm just putting this as a seed to my colleagues. I know we're in the process of trying to decide about our strategic plan, but when we think about how we want our data reports to be laid out, I think I really want to look at a different structure of not just percentages. I think we need to really get down to end counts, to raw numbers, because then it puts it in context when we look at our student population, and then we can really have deeper conversations of why certain groups are not coming back. You have a comment. Thank you.
I just want to also address, we do go to homes for students that have been withdrawn for non-attendance, and we do have a 30% return of students after that home visit. So I have something for you. So that does show some improvement there.
Thank you. See, that's helpful. That's good news. Okay, my last question for now is, so I see on the pendulum for 12th grade, as far as our next step, and the next steps is talking about identifying the kids now because they have this semester to try to get their credit so they can graduate. Do we have anything, or is there any consideration for our early pre-Ks, or early in the summer before they even start? And I just bring this up because my first Bright Futures Walk was for the littles, and I found that we lost a lot of our pre-Ks to charter schools, and it's hard to get them back. So I just wonder, what's our plan for that?
So yes, we did actually last summer. We made brochures for our incoming kindergartners with just facts about attendance and its impact on achievement for attendance through 3rd grade. Pre-K though, so that would be about that same age to try to capture those students to enroll. So our officers went to about 3,000 kindergartners, especially with the schools with higher rates. We try to focus on those. But we are continuing even this semester to go to those homes for the current kindergartners.
Thank you. Trustee Henry.
Thank you both so much for your presentation. I did have the opportunity to attend the Bright Futures Walks and listening to feedback from the parents, what their barriers were. And I know that there were some instances where we were able to give resources right there at the door. I wanted to know, what is the follow-up with families when they do share what their barriers are? And I had a follow-up question as well.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Henry. So we do have an advocate that our officers can refer to actually do the follow-up phone calls, so they can get the access to the resources. They will also go to the school to meet with the student and the counselor to try to provide additional. So we do have a mechanism in place. If the officer's out the door and they can't provide the resource there, they'll refer it to our in-house person to reach out and do some follow-up, make those connections.
Thank you. And the other question I had, because you did mention the student success advocates, which I know are very vital to a lot of our schools, but I've also heard from many of them that they're being surplused. So what is the contingency plan for those roles?
Trustee Henry, thank you for the question. So our job in Central is try to fill those gaps. And so if there is a school that is struggling to make the connection with the family, our officers will try to jump in. Our office will try to jump in and connect with the family or utilize our community partners. So yes, we are aware of some of the surpluses going on. But yeah, we will do our best to help these schools get the students what they need.
Thank you.
Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much for this really informative and, well, in my mind, this gives me a lot of hope for the future. it looks like with the efforts of the entire team, the municipalities, of course, the district, your team, my fellow trustees, and everyone else, the business community, we're making a difference here. I'm very happy to hear that. I was wondering, just as the Clark County School District is putting together its budget, the municipalities are putting together their budgets as well. And one thing that comes up is, hey, are we going to continue with the micro grants? Some of them, which of course were used by many of the principals in North Las Vegas to help incentivize and to get people back. Like for instance, one of the schools, they offered free groceries for people who managed to have their children attend every day. So you had parents rushing their kids to make them not to get into school and get them on time, which is, I thought, fantastic. Anything to get the kids into the door. Do we have anything to actually show? Do we have any way to tease out any stats that show the impact of the municipalities' like investment there to bolster these attendance? And by the way, I'm sorry to say that I missed the last walk last time, but I went to the first one that was much warmer. But I definitely will tattoo the date of the next one on my arm, and I will make it. But according to do you have any stats to show what? And the reason why is because that way I have something to take back to my colleagues and say, hey, this is something that definitely to fight for.
Thank you, Trustee Barone, for the question. So we do have those data points. We do provide them to the region superintendents when they come and do the meetings in North Las Vegas, because I know it is hugely important for those principals in North Las Vegas, those micro grants. Henderson also provides the data. So in those meetings, when the superintendents come out to the municipality, that's where we provide that data.
I think I was here at this meeting instead of being over there for that meeting, and we had the last one. Pardon me. Thank you very much, but that's something for me to go and discuss with my colleagues and our city manager. Thank you so much.
Trustee Esparza, Stafford, do you mind if we?
I'll defer to Biassatti.
Thank
Come
you.
back.
Trustee Biassatti.
Thank you, Madam President. Seeing that the data shows a decline in absenteeism, is it safe to say that ICE operations in the community have not had an impact on attendance?
So thank you for the question, Trustee Biassatti. So again, chronic absenteeism is the measure of when students miss a full day, 10% of days, and a day would be a full day. So we are not seeing a change based on the student walkouts or those activities because the students aren't missing a full day. So they are marked absent in most cases, but not chronically absent in that target.
Okay, and I am grateful for our district putting out the message and making it very clear that the incidences are not happening in our campuses. So thank you so much for your work.
Trustee Esparza, Stafford.
Thank you. You know, I want to go back to having listened to families. It's really, I think, important. The next steps that you have listed, you've done a lot of on page 7 of 10. Some of the successes that you're expressing about providing culturally responsive training and that you're doing trauma-informed approaches. I think we're seeing some real traumatic situations with even the younger our children are as well. And so I want you to expand, like what kind of training and who is getting this training in order to help our kids to come back?
Thank you for that question. So we initially were starting with we had our officers do some of the training. We had our in-house crisis response team come in and do some training with them. We also had the FBI come in, talk to them how to identify students who may be at risk for other behaviors while they're out and doing the home visits. So we're starting with our officers. Our officers go to the schools, talk to the staff there as well. So we're still, expanding that, but I know that the district does offer other trainings to our teachers and our administrators as well.
If I could just add to that. So because we know that when we talk about school climate and culture, chronic absenteeism is connected to student discipline. And in the next presentation, you'll hear Dr. Scavella will come up and talk about some of the extensive cultural competency training, the things that are going on at all schools, which will also contribute beyond just our attendance officers because it's the staff at the school that are receiving that as well.
So thank you. I would like to really make sure that we're giving our teachers the tools and the strategies that they need because of the extremism that is happening in some of our communities. And I know I'm kind of talking in a code language, but it's the barriers and the challenges that our families are facing, and it's why our kids are not coming. So I think the last thing I wanted to ask you is in pertains to, it just slipped my mind. Just give me a second. I apologize. I am getting older, and it's, no. No, oh, no, actually, it's a kudos. Here it is. It's a kudos. There it is. Because of our walk, some of us made a request to make sure that LIT was taken not just to the community schools that we have or the resource centers that we have, but that your attendance officers are now going to deliver resources and information for wraparound services to all community centers, including our municipality centers. And I love that you are also inclusive of our rural community. So that's really my question. We haven't heard about the rural community. So what are some of their, what are the patterns that we're seeing, and what supports are they needing with chronic absenteeism as well?
Thank you. We do service the rural communities. Our officers go out there, do home visits as well. Sometimes we send them in droves of 5 to 6 officers at a time to kind of get as much as we can done as possible. But yeah, they're part of our priorities as well. Some schools have a little higher than others, but we offer the same services to them.
Trustee Zamora?
The timeline for our resource. They're going out this week.
Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. So as you all were talking, the question came up for myself. Did you all use any of this data of when you were knocking doors, like family barriers, like you mentioned, when we were talking about the school start times? Because I know I did see on a lot of parent concerns, right? They have to drop off their siblings, or they have just adult responsibilities, and sometimes they do not make it to school because they had to drop off. Was any of this information used to also make those decisions? And I guess that is for the deputy.
Sure, I'll take that one. Thank you for the question. So, I mean, yes, certainly when we were looking at all the start times, we were considering some of the implications that could have in terms of student attendance. I think in particular when we think of our students and you think of that graph that we saw earlier where the predominant issue that we have is really at our high schools, I think that start time being later is going to help us significantly with some of that, as we know that our students will be more awake and more apt to be coming to school. We also know that with our shift with our with our middle school students being a little bit earlier, we know we're going to have to probably focus a little more effort with our middle school kiddos more so than anything else. So that was definitely a consideration that we had when we were making those decisions.
Thank you. I'm just curious of what the next round of data will look like. And I'm curious to see if we can also start possibly seeing a graph chart of the issues that we're seeing at the doors. So is it, health issues? Because I know there's a lot of, chronic health problems that students just won't go to school. If we can get a pie chart or graph, I think that would be helpful too. So then we can also see where our gaps are and the information we can give back. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready. I would like to motion to accept the chronic absenteeism report as presented.
Seeing as we have no public comment, that motion is good. Do we have a second? Trustee Biasotti?
I'll second the motion.
Let's go ahead and vote. Motion passes. That closes 4.01. Before we open 4.02, has anybody not been able to fill out a public speaker card? Okay. We will now open 4.02, student discipline. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Welsh. Once again, I'm Kevin McPartland, Associate Superintendent of the Education Services Division for the record. I'm joined tonight by Dr. Scavella, Assistant Superintendent over the Safe and Respectful Learning Environments and Opportunities Division, and Dr. Brandy March, Director of our Multi-Tiered System of Supports Department. This presentation will include information related to student discipline through the first semester of this school year. Again, as with chronic absenteeism, we took advantage of the fact that we are not bound by the Focus 2024 template, but also maintain some consistency in the data points to show trend data. The first slide demonstrates the overall trend in student suspensions during the first semesters of the past 5 years. As you can see, beginning in the 23-24 school year, we have consistently seen a reduction in student suspensions. The 11,495 suspensions shown here represents a 7% decrease compared to the first semester last year. As a request from the briefings, I did want to share the data for the years prior to COVID. During the first semester of 2018-19, we had 12,631. In the 19 and 20 school year, which was right before we shut down for COVID and went to virtual, we had 11,509. So as you can see, we are now for the first time below pre-pandemic levels. This slide showcases the trend data for student suspensions broken down by level for the past 3 years. We really want to highlight the middle school level, which is, as you recall, was a level of concern and priority for us. Our middle schools have reduced student suspensions by nearly 16% during the first semester of this year. We can see here we have increases in suspensions at both the elementary and high school levels, although the high school numbers are still well below the levels from 23-24. Supporting elementary schools will be our priority in revising the new regulations and the new code of conduct, which will be released. Slide 4 showcases the suspension rates for all student groups during the first semesters of the past 3 years. This is a data metric that is a carryover from the Focus 2024, where we use a rate to try to demonstrate comparisons between student groups. So for this one, as a reminder, it is the number of suspensions within a student group per 1,000 students to provide us with a common denominator. With the exception of the American Indian Alaska Native student group and the white student group, all student groups demonstrated a reduced rate during the first semester of this year. It must be pointed out that our Black African American student group is a substantial outlier in this data, with 99.7 suspensions per 1,000 students. We do note the consistent decline in this rate and should share that in 22-23, the year before it was shown here, this rate was actually also 25.8. So we've seen 3 consecutive years of decrease. However, our Black African American student group and students eligible for special education continue to be our priority when addressing student discipline. This is a new slide for this presentation, using the same data point that we use for disproportionality, but this time using a metric that we use when we deal with the Nevada Department of Education and their support of us. This one looks for the total enrollment for each student group and compares that to the total of all suspensions that student group makes. So you can see in the third column, that's the percentage of the enrollment each student group makes up. So, for example, for Hispanic, 48.8, and then the percentage of suspensions that are of Hispanic students is 37.8. So as you can see, the same outlier data, but we wanted to show it to you in a different way. This makes it a little more transparent, we think, for the community. That you can see the Black African American students and students eligible for special education, their suspension rate outpaces their enrollment levels. Again, an area of concern and focus for us, but the same data that you saw on the previous slide. We're going to transition to discretionary expulsions in this next slide. Just as a reminder, based on the Student Code of Conduct, schools must recommend students for expulsion for a number of offenses, including weapons, battery, sexual assault, and distribution of controlled substances. However, for this data point and this presentation, following the Focus 2024 model, we are using the state's definition of limitations on mandatory expulsions, which makes it only mandatory to expel a student for situations related to a firearm or dangerous weapon. So this slide represents student expulsions for any reason other than a firearm or dangerous weapon. As you can see, we are continuing to see the trend of decreased discretionary expulsions. The 496 discretionary expulsions represents an 11% decrease from last year. Slide 7 shows the number of discretionary expulsions by level during the first semesters for the past 3 years. We do note an increase at the middle school level. However, the total is still below the rate from 2 years ago. At the high school level, we want to showcase a 26% reduction in discretionary expulsion since the last year, and this total has decreased for each of the last 2 years. This slide, again, using the disproportionality, but now for discretionary expulsions, it's discretionary expulsions by student group per 1,000 students. Here you can see, with the exception of the American Indian Alaskan Native group, which is our smallest student group, this rate has decreased for every single student group, highlighted by a 55% reduction in students eligible for special education, a 54% reduction for Black African American students, and a 52% reduction for English learners and students identifying as 2 or more races. Again, Black and African American student group is a substantial outlier. To provide the earlier data point, as I did with suspensions, the rate for 22-23 was 14.4 for the Black African American student group. So again, we are moving in the right direction, but still a lot of work to do in this area. Mirroring what we did for suspensions, this is a new slide based on percentage of enrollment and percentage of discretionary expulsions. Again, it's a different way of showing the data, but we can see the expulsion rate for the Black African American students when compared to their enrollment levels continues to be a concern, as showcased in both slides. While we did adjust the template slightly, I want to take a moment to share the challenges and lessons learned, as we know you appreciated these talking points. The challenges related to student discipline continue to be working to ensure that the staff and leaders in every school are able to consistently implement the provisions and processes within the Student Code of Conduct. The schools that are most successful are able to build time in the day to teach and model expected behaviors, to establish relationships with students and families, to call out and address minor behaviors with interventions and support, to minimize students escalating to more severe behavior patterns. This takes a school-wide commitment and must be prioritized along with the many other aspects of school leadership. Our lessons learned are grounded in the fact that relationships matter. Relationships between staff and students, as well as with our staff and families, are key to managing and improving student behaviors. It is also clear that there's no magic bullet to provide support for our schools. Every school community is unique and needs a very personalized and tailored approach if we are going to address the underlying root causes with concerning data points. To illustrate this, one of the schools we are supporting is highly affected by issues within their immediate neighborhood that are leaking onto campus. This approach would be very different than a school that has a large number of newer teachers and requires support with classroom management actually in the classrooms. And now, Madam President, with your permission, I'll turn it over to Dr. Scavella and Dr. March for the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Welsh, Sam Scavella for the record. This slide highlights the strategic shifts and intentional actions the district has implemented to strengthen student discipline outcomes. Our work reflects a deliberate move away from reactive responses toward proactive, supportive systems that prioritize student growth and safety. While we recognize there is still a lot of work to be done, the data indicate that we are trending definitely in the right direction. We have strengthened alignment among district policies, school-based practices, and central office support to ensure clearer expectations and more consistent implementation across all schools. Now in the second year of the revised Code of Conduct, this consistency has allowed schools to better align daily practices with district policy and has created opportunities for the district to provide more targeted and effective support. Understanding that each school has unique needs, we implemented differentiated guidance and coaching for school leaders. Through data-informed conversations and targeted site visits, we have supported leaders in managing discipline systems while balancing instructional priorities and staffing stability. This approach has been particularly impactful at the middle school level, as reflected in the positive trends shared earlier in the presentation. A key driver of our progress is expanded use of restorative practices and preventive strategies within the multi-tiered system of supports framework. Strong cross-departmental alignment ensures schools receive coherent support that maintains safe learning environments while promoting accountability and open dialogue to create and maintain positive school climates. We have also strengthened our discipline data monitoring and review process. Early identification of trends allows us to provide timely, targeted support before challenges escalate. Our principals and school leaders are to be commended for their intentional use of trend data when designing and refining school-wide systems. Collectively, these efforts, combined with our improved metrics, stronger cross-department collaboration, have resulted in measurable progress. Since the 2023-24 school year, the district has seen improvements in suspension rates, as you've heard earlier, reductions in discretionary expulsions, and increase in restorative resolutions, and more consistent implementation of positive behavior interventions and supports. I'll now turn the presentation over to my colleague, Dr. March.
As we've shown, we're making positive strides in this work, but there's still much work to be done. We have several next steps to continue the work. Based on feedback from our principals, we are coordinating with the Leadership and Professional Learning Department to offer scenario-based professional learning for principals that they requested. This type of professional learning moves away from theory-based and gives site administrators the tools to foster consistent and equitable decision-making practices. Aligned with this, we've also worked with principal work groups and collaborative teams across the district to develop Tier 1 social, emotional, behavioral expectations. We're partnering with the NDE to support schools identified as having high rates of disproportionality in their discipline data, helping them embed the MTSS strategies directly into their school performance plans or school improvement plans. This helps ensure a long-term focus on reducing discipline rates and increasing support for students. We're also collaborating with the Office of the General Counsel to refine discipline-related regulations to produce a new code of conduct that will provide expanded resources for schools, adding additional restorative practice strategies to help schools facilitate repairing harm and restoring relationships. An updated code of conduct will provide parents, students, and staff with an even clearer roadmap for behavior and consequences. We've also relaunched the School Justice Collaborative, formerly known as the School Justice Partnership, which brings together district, local law enforcement agencies, the Department of Juvenile Justice Services, the District Attorney's Office, all focused on proactive prevention. This collaboration allows us to ensure alignment of support and services for our students who need additional services and who need additional support. Our goal is to reduce behavior escalation and youth involvement in the justice system by intervening early and more effectively within our schools and across the agencies. As we implement a proactive school justice collaborative pilot program in a few of our schools, in collaboration with CCSD school police and school leaders, it will center on preventing and promoting positive behavior, preventing those behavior concerns rather than just responding to them, which will lead to better outcomes for our students. We'll also continue tiered on-site collaborative support for middle schools with high rates of exclusionary discipline outcomes. These supports come from divisions and departments across the district based on the school needs and the site administrator's goals to include professional learning, coaching, and data reviews. Additionally, we have collaborative principal groups at the elementary and middle school levels with approximately 85 schools participating. These support model collaboratives focused on sharing the best practices these schools are implementing to promote and expand Tier 1 positive behavior supports. And finally, we'll continue to expand our structured town halls at schools. These processes include schools that request a town hall and those that are identified with their school-wide data. We cannot fix any of these issues without including our students. These structured sessions or town halls provide the feedback needed to ensure the improvements actually resonate with the people they impact the most. Taken together, these next steps move us from a reactive model to a proactive, data-driven system that prioritizes consistency, collaboration, and most importantly, student success. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you so much. Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much for this very informative and well put together presentation. Of course, I was a teacher for 30 years. Seeing here, I don't see like any set template that where we have the building administrators who, they're definitely the building leaders, they're the teacher leaders, they set the tone. Correct me if I'm wrong, what I see here is where the building administrators, they're actually allowed a lot of leeway in how they're going to implement their programs. For instance, I'm aware of one particular school where a legacy program of having social workers who are actually licensed therapists has resulted when you engage these students who have disciplinary problems, they're actually engaged into the process, and they are reporting a remarkable, actually far outstripping the district's average when it comes to repeat suspensions. So maybe speak a little bit to that, how actually allowing the principals this leeway to work with their staff and supporting by the district, it actually is a strength rather than being something that, why aren't they doing this all over the place? Maybe you can kind of like speak to that. If my impression is correct, with them being allowed a great amount of leeway.
Trustee Barone, your impression is always correct, sir. So I will start at a high level and then allow my colleagues if they wanted to go a little closer to the school level. So the Code of Conduct sets tiers of behaviors and ranges of potential actions based on that. Schools, to your point, have a wide range of leeway within those tiers. And we have many schools that have put the investment into the social emotional supports, have put into social workers, and they feel that they have a higher level of interventions and they don't want to move directly to exclusionary when the Code of Conduct may call for it, and we 100% support that.
Thank you so very much.
Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few questions, just a couple brief ones. First of all, on the town halls, I guess I'll direct this, and Dr. Scavallo knows where I'm going with this because I've asked him several times. I had a follow-up to see if there would be a way, I guess, checking in with our superintendent, our deputy superintendent tonight, if there would be a way that when you do learn of a school that has requested, or that I think you guys had said that you could also identify a school really in need of one of these town halls. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Cavazos. Yes, that's correct. What we do is we look at the actual culture data, we look at the discipline data, attendance data, and we set up a planning meeting with the school principal and the leadership team, and we analyze what are the concerns that the school has. And then we actually plan the town hall at that point and actually collaborate on the type of prompts and questions that we're going to provide at the town hall, as well as who will be invited to the town hall in terms of the student body. We want the students who are really doing very well, but we also want the students who are mid-range and struggling as well, so that we can get a clear understanding of what are the challenges that students, and in terms of student voice, what are the challenges that they're facing at the school level, and then how can we best collaborate to identify solutions for these challenges.
So actually, it's very individualized to the school community and the issues that they're having. And I had a follow-up with that could trustees attend? I know Mr. McPartland's looking at me again, Trustee Cavazos, but we'd really like to get involved in these, and I think I said on our briefing, we'd be there just as observers, and I think that you all informed me that no, you wouldn't be an observer, you'd be a participant. So I'd like to come back to that, after we have a chance to check in with our superintendent and see if that would be possible, and limit it to maybe the schools in our district. One other quick question, and then my third question I will defer until my colleagues get a chance. Do you see within our multi-tiered system of support any specific restorative practice that really stands out to you that's been very successful?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Cavazos. Yes, so one practice that we see consistently going across schools is community building circles. And in order to really focus on how do we build that school community within the classroom, those circles start off in the mornings or at the beginning of the class, and they incorporate things like identifying the learning intentions and the success criteria that we're going to focus on academically, as well as the behavior expectations. And if there have been challenges in the previous lessons or the previous days, or even just to check in with students to get a pulse meter of how those students are doing, as well as treatment agreements. That's really important that students understand how students will treat other students, how students would treat adults, and even how adults would treat students in the same learning environment. What language would be used, how are these interactions to occur? And then if things go wrong, that they sometimes do, what are 2, 3 to 4 things that we can do in order to reestablish those positive relationships, that harmony back in the classroom? You might see a surface discussion going on in the classroom where there was an issue going on and that disrupted the environment. So we just take a 60-second pause to kind of reset the classroom environment so that we can focus on the instruction and the task, the instructional learning task for that lesson.
Thank you so much for that answer. I have another question, but I'm going to go ahead and defer to my other colleagues so they have a chance, and I'll come back to that. Okay, thank you so much.
Trustee Esparza-Stoffergan.
Thank you for the presentation. So much work is being done, and it doesn't happen overnight. It's been years in the making. So I'm that person, I really want to talk about the hard things. Historically, we are always, and I appreciate you, Mr. McPartland, in this presentation, I think it was maybe the first time you were acknowledging, not the first time, but really emphasizing the disproportionality of our African-American students based on how many we have. I mean, that is wide, like it is glaring in our faces. So I guess I want to really find out, we just heard a presentation on chronic absenteeism and culturally responsive training is being had. So I'm going to say to you, some of the hard things is what is going on with culturally responsiveness in our schools, because our students do make mistakes. We have to have accountability, but at the same token, these are kids and we have to help them understand and learn different mindsets, self-regulation, all the things. So can you talk to us about that? Like what is it that you're seeing? You do the town halls, you do the training, you do the restorative circles and justice. Can you expand on that? What is happening there?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Esparza-Stoffergan. One thing that we do see is sometimes there's a breakdown in relationships between student-adult relationships. That's something that we focus on in our trainings, is how do we build those relationships by validating students' cultural strengths, what we call cultural capital. How do we validate it, affirm it, while at the same time building those relationships and bridging those cultural expectations and norms that they bring into the classroom with the expectations that the teacher may have for the classroom. For one is, for example, one behavior that we see sometimes, which may be perceived as misbehavior, is talking when others are talking at the same time. That's called verbal overlapping, right? So when that happens, how do we teach situational appropriateness? which is in certain cultures, that behavior is reinforced, that behavior is kind of encouraged, but in a school setting, that behavior may be disruptive or considered or perceived as disruptive. So it's not that that behavior is a true misbehavior, that's a cultural behavior that we have to establish and teach situational appropriateness, and then create opportunities for that student to practice that behavior in a different setting. When we get into group work, you will have that opportunity, but while the teacher's teaching, we need you to be focused. So those kind of things we talk about in our cultural responsive training. We focus on making sure that educators look at unconscious bias in these trainings. We look at deficit-based thinking and try to move towards replacing that with asset-based thinking in our trainings. These kind of things help educators to be able to ensure that students have that sense of belonging. We can correct students without damaging relationships. And that's critical in the classroom in order to maintain a positive, active classroom where students really see themselves, not just in within each other, but see themselves and have the opportunity to see themselves in the curriculum and in instruction as well.
Thank you for that. I'm going to put myself back in the queue.
Trustee Satori?
Thank you. I have a few questions with middle school specifically. They're related to middle school discipline. And my question first, and if you might know this answer or not, in middle school, where are we, which grade level are we seeing the most in, 6th, 7th, or 8th? Where is the highest in there?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Satori. So in general, and it's not across the board because we deal with school specific, but in general, 7th grade is where we see a high level. Some of the schools we're working with as outliers, we see 8th grade as a high outlier, but in general, I would say 7th grade is where we're seeing it.
Because I was thinking about that 6th grade transition, but then also I know there's a lot of issues with 8th, and then, anyway, so it's interesting to see it's right there in the middle most often. But, then I was kind of connecting it to staff turnover. So, and this might be a Dr. Welsh question. Where do we see the highest teacher turnover, elementary, middle, or high school? I was just wondering that correlation there because it's so much about that connection piece, with staff, and I know wherever that turnover is highest. I'm just kind of curious if anybody had that answer.
I might have to phone a friend on that one if Ms. Triana could answer that question for us.
And then finally, you were kind of, which I enjoyed hearing of the PD available for administrators and the work that's being done there. My question was related to those middle school teachers, specifically in their professional development on dealing with the adolescent learner and not, calling them out in front of their peers and how to handle them and give them that respect and independence that they're starting to want, but and those kinds of things, just really dealing with that adolescent learner. I was kind of wondering what we're doing in that respect.
Thank you, Trustee Satori, for that question. I think you bring up an excellent point, making sure our teachers are aware of expected behaviors. We have, in our middle school collaborative, really partnered with RPDP to provide some additional training specifically for teachers on a book study in relation to a lot of those classroom management techniques and strategies to make sure they're adapting their instruction and their expectations to what is appropriate for middle school adolescents at that time. And then we also provide similar training to our administrators and strategists so that they can in turn help deliver that same information to their staff.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Henry?
My apologies. I was waiting a while. I forgot. I was in queue. No, seriously. I wanted to ask more about restorative practices and if that's happening at all of our schools.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Henry. Yes, we have established restorative practices training. We've been doing this work, as you know, since 2021, when we first established the restorative leadership teams. We wrote the grant to do the district-wide training. We've trained over 1,400 educators in restorative practices, meaning they have 13 hours of fundamental of training and professional learning and the fundamental theory of restorative practices. We also have over 340 culturally inclusive and restorative champions who are trained as restorative practices trainers. That means they have done the 13 hours. They have taken about 2 to 3 months to actually practice the restorative processes on the continuum. So they have developed a level of expertise. Then they have went back and got trained for another 20 hours of restorative practices. So now they have 33 hours of restorative practices. So they are trained, they have the curriculum, they have the resources in order to teach other educators. So their job is to actually teach these practices across schools. So every school has a restorative leadership team. They have culturally inclusive and restorative champions. And that work is to actually train the staff at at all of our schools. Schools are functioning at different levels of fidelity. We use the restorative practices rubric in order to guide that work. It focuses on the fundamental structure of the restorative leadership teams and the responsibilities of the culturally inclusive and restorative champion, as well as how do we set goals and utilize data to set these goals that focus on discipline, that focus on disproportionality, that focus on these other areas that's going to ensure that we can really get to the business of teaching and learning, as well as that continuous improvement model and the continuous improvement. All of this is in the restorative practices rubric, as well as training other students, training students as well as parents. We consider that a school cannot meet or master restorative focus unless we have trained a group of students and a group of parents. We've trained over 700 students at BSU events. As a matter of fact, coming up in 2 weeks, we'll be at South CTA training another 200 middle school students in restorative practices. So we're excited about this work. We're engaged, we're committed, and we're invested. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I forgot to say thank you all for your presentation. I have another question about, I know we were looking at the data. Can you tell me how the STAR on Behavior program and the placements that students are in, how is that being reflected in the expulsion data?
Thank you for the question. So the STAR on, and we want to make sure that we're clear, because there's a STAR program, which is a special ed self-contained program. And then there's the STAR On program, which is kind of a diversion program within the school. So as behaviors are escalating or progressive discipline increases, and the student potentially could be recommended for placement at an academic center or in that area, instead the school chooses to keep them on campus, put them in a STAR On program. Traditionally, and every school operates it a little differently, but traditionally, and I'll speak to when I was a principal, it was a separate classroom that had a staff member in there, and then one period math would come in, and there would be a math lesson for all the students that were in there, and it would be tutoring and those type of things. The next would be English would come out, and then science. But the point would be the social worker or the counselor would come out, and we would do that so that the student wasn't actually fully removed from their campus, would be addressed there and then returned back to their classes. So it's keeping them within the school instead of sending them out to a temporary placement.
Thank you for that. So it's not reflected in this data that
Correct.
was just shared?
Correct. It is not an expulsion. They're kept on campus.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I remember when I was a parent with children in the district, I remember that there was a really big push in recruitment efforts for mentors and mentorship mentors. Is that still happening, and could that also impact our data in a favorable way?
I'll start, but I know Dr. Scavella is chomping at the bit to get at this one. So in general, yes, and as we work with schools and find the schools with the most success, it's where they have a mentor program, a big brother sister program, a advisory program with staff. So it is a huge impact. And when we bring principals up, usually at our end of the year, when the principals come up, and you've heard them before, where they talk about programs like that with the peer mentors and adult mentors. But let me pass it to Dr.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Henry. We also partner with organizations like Gentlemen by Choice. We partner with organizations like Boys Town, who has a strong component of mentorship and coaching. We provide training in our restorative practices training to help, or even in our culturally and linguistic responsive training, so that teachers can understand how to develop those type of relationships with students, looking at their cultures and implementing initiatives like Fight for Five, which educators just identify 5 students who they are going to mentor, they're going to coach. In high school, this may look like you start with those students, those 5 students in the 9th grade, and you loop with those students through graduation. So again, those initiatives really help build those connections and those relationships, and help students to understand that they do have a trusted adult, and that's something that every student should have a meaningful relationship with at least one adult in the school.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. I actually want to do a follow-up to my colleague's question about the mentorship programs, because then I feel that that should be somewhere in the successes when we're talking about successes, specifically the data for those schools, like how much has it actually improved, in those behaviors. I think that would be great to see. Dr. Scavella, you were talking about how the community space is helpful to talk about and learn about cultural, things that are happening in the home. So for example, if a student is dealing with microaggressions with a teacher, how is that addressed? Who does the follow-up with that? How do we hold the educator, whoever, is feeling, who's doing that, how do we hold them accountable to not continue and doing the follow-up so it doesn't continue?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Zamora. Firstly, we do have a very strict procedure and process and protocol. Every educator is considered a reporter, a required reporter. If we have things like discrimination that they're experiencing, or bullying or cyberbullying, and these processes or these the requirements is that when we get those reports, the administrator has to screen and assess the facts in the report to determine if a violation of the excuse me, of the NRS has likely occurred, and then if so, take the necessary actions, immediate actions to stop the reported behavior, and then secure the safety and welfare of the reported student who was harmed, or the reported victim, and then immediately investigate and begin an investigation into the report that was made. We train our staff and our educators in the process of cultural competency. One of the things that we do address, we spend an hour, the first hour of that deep dive into cultural competency, whereas we look at unconscious bias, we look at micro messages and micro inequities that may occur, that may not be a true microaggression, but it's still a micro inequity. And then we teach educators how to do strategies such as one we call pause, reflect, then respond. And these strategies help them help educators really think about those biases in terms of when they reflect on that, then those unconscious biases may become visible before it impacts their decisions that they make or their relationships with the students. So these kind of strategies we do train our educators in. We've had over 83% of all educators who have completed this training this year thus far. So we are moving in the right direction, and that's an ongoing work. And I wanted to circle back on the restorative training. We provide monthly, as far as our academic unit, professional learning offerings. We provide monthly Tier 1 restorative practices training for schools, just as a district level, to provide that extra support.
Thank you for that. The other question that I have is, do we know the top reasons why a student is suspended and expelled?
We do have that data. I'll make that note. I don't have that with me tonight, but we can pull that for you.
Is it possible moving forward when we get these updates to add it? Because I think we've gotten this far in a very positive way, but it is because we're kind of going, into the details of where we're at. A follow-up to that, and bear with me, colleagues, the process. If a student is being recommended for expulsion by the principal, what are the steps, and how does it get to the expulsion review board with the trustees?
Thank you for the question. So when a student is recommended for expulsion, that would start with usually the assistant principal at the school. There is an immediate, this parent can request an on-site due process, which would be with the principal. So the first level of due process is with the principal. Should the principal uphold it, then it goes to the region level in the Education Services Division, and the parent would meet with the Director of Education Services, who evaluates, one, the referral based on the code of conduct for appropriateness, and then two, has the meeting with the parent to see, to adjudicate it. If it still is not resolved at that level, then it goes to what's called a hearing panel. And this, again, is through Education Services Division. And the hearing panel is a panel that is a support staff, a support professional, a licensed teacher, and an administrator from schools not connected to the referring school. And they do a hearing panel similar to as you do for the expulsion review board. And there's a panel there. They'll adjudicate it there. And if it's not modified, if it's upheld, the parent then could go to the expulsion review board, which is before a retired administrator and 2 trustees at this point. So there's several levels of due process.
So it's a lot of parent involvement kind of pushing on this for the expulsion. They're trying to uphold, and then it gets to the board. When we're doing at that final step, and I will say there has been a case where, the student does return, that student is counted in these numbers?
The student would be counted in the suspension numbers because the student was suspended during that process. But if it didn't end in an adjudicated or settled expulsion, it would not be in the expulsion numbers, just the suspension. So it has to be till what was the final adjudication on that before it's referred to as a expulsion.
Got it. And one last question. Do we have any numbers of how many students go through this process by group?
Again, I'll make that note and get that. I don't have that for me today. So I just want point of clarification. So students that are referred for expulsion, you want to see the numbers by student group of the referrals, not necessarily the outcomes.
Can we do both?
The outcomes you have. But I just want to make sure, So just the referrals without, I will effort that. Let me see what I can do on that.
And I can email you more with what numbers I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Cavazos, you have, okay, thank you. Let's go with Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. In the MTSS, does one of the systems focus on engaging the parents or guardians specifically? And do you believe the root cause of misbehavior is in the home?
Thank you, Trustee Biasotti, for the question. A core component or a core feature of MTSS is engaging our students, our staff, our families, and our community partners. So that family and community engagement is a key component for our MTSS framework at every school and at the district level. I think that behavior is brought upon by a lot of different factors. And what we try to do at the school is make sure that we are addressing any of the root cause factors that we can help our students with to make sure that we are addressing their needs, whether that is with a Tier 1 universal support, with a targeted Tier 2 support, or an intensive Tier 3 support, including wraparound services, counseling services, and making sure that that student and the family is wrapped in support as much as they need to ensure that they have that positive experience.
Thank you. And to follow up with Mr. Scavella on something you mentioned, it seems to me that we're placing blame on disproportionalities on our educators because they're culturally incompetent, or your words were not being culturally responsive when it came to certain behaviors. Are you suggesting we treat different racial groups differently?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Bisiati. Absolutely not. When I say cultural responsiveness, we train the educators to understand the difference between something that may be a cultural behavior that is perceived as a misbehavior, but it may be a cultural behavior. Again, if it's being disruptive, then we address it the same way we address it for any student. However, we do want to make sure that we understand that emotional reflection or self-reflection and how students handle their own emotions, that might look different in terms of communication for different cultures. I do understand when we are recognizing those different cultures and those different communication elements that come from different cultures. Again, that gives us the understanding to cease that behavior, but then teach when situationally that behavior is appropriate. And that's what we mean when we say situational appropriateness. Not that the educator is at blame for the culture, but I do understand that if you're talking when I'm talking, that may be a time that you can do that in group activity, but that's not the time to teach when I'm delivering focused instruction. Because if you're talking when I'm talking doing focused instruction, then other students can't get the instructional components that I'm trying to deliver. So that's what we mean. But we don't definitely don't blame educators for that, but we try to train educators to understand how to address that so that, again, that becomes a minor behavior. It could be a minor behavior infraction, but how do we address it before it becomes a major infraction that requires a disciplinary referral? So if I'm knowledgeable about how to address and recognize that behavior, then I'm able to address it. I'm able to stop that behavior. I'm able to address it. And I'm able to teach you when that behavior may be appropriate, but it's not appropriate doing focused instruction. You will get a chance to speak, but you have to wait until our group activity to speak while other students are speaking as well. That's what we mean by situational appropriateness.
Thank you for clearing that up, because all our kids do have the ability to follow the rules set in the classroom regardless of race. So, thank you.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the presentation. I do want to note that the numbers before COVID really show how devastating COVID was for our kids, and I'm glad that we've been able to bring our numbers back. One of the questions that I had that I wanted to make sure that we're looking at is when we're looking at students with absenteeism and that are being suspended and expelled, are we correlating the two together? Are we correlating those two items together?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. With the work of the attendance officers as they go out, they do a review on the students to make sure they have a full idea of what's going on. Is there behavior issues and there is continuous, they're being called to the office and that could be a root cause. I don't want to, so it's absolutely correlated. We do find that there is some overlap of students, behavior and attendance as well, and it is part of the approach that we make with the family and the student as we try to address the root causes.
That's good to know. And are we given any data on that? Can we receive some data on just those numbers that correlate the two? For students that are expelled and suspended and also have high absenteeism rates, the two, I basically put the two graphs together.
I understand. Thank you for clarifying. I will work on that and pull that.
Thank you. And then I wanted to, I know, Dr. Scavelli, you really dove deep into restorative justice and restorative practices, I should say. And I want to make sure I hit the elephant in the room. but I don't need, we really dig into it, so I just need like a yes or no. Are we adjusting our expectations based on race or culture?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Dominguez. No, we have the same standard of expectation for behavior that we have for every student in the classroom. I think schools are doing a better job with establishing those classroom expectations and norms and routines. Every student is held accountable to that same level of expectation and school-wide behavior norms. What we are speaking to is that not that we are adjusting in the behavior norms, because we're not. It's just that when a student has demonstrated a certain behavior, how do we correct that behavior? How do we recognize the root cause of that behavior, and then how do we correct that behavior? We're not saying that that behavior does not need to. There doesn't need to be a consequence. The difference is when there's a consequence, then there's an opportunity for a teachable moment with that student. A punishment is a removal without a teachable moment in terms of to correct those behaviors. So we're just saying that we are holding them to the high expectations, the same level of expectation, and then we are providing at times when it's necessary consequences for those behaviors. Again, with teachable moments so that we can correct those behaviors, because punishment alone does not correct behaviors.
Thank you so much for that. My background's from the military, so I understand we're all a big melting pot here in Las Vegas and the Valley, and so we all come from all over the place. So I really appreciate those angles, and also what you mentioned about pause, reflect, and I can't remember the third one, but there was a third one.
Respond.
Respond, yes, thank you. And my last question was page 11, item 3, when it was collaborating with council to revise the discipline conduct. When can we expect that updated code of conduct?
So I'll take that one. Thank you for the question. So it is a labor of love. It is a work in progress. We are the starting point of it is working with the regulations and policies, which would be 5114, 14.1, 14.2, and 5141.2. And so we are currently working with General Counsel, putting that together. Then we will take it to a principal group where we can say, okay, so here's kind of the legal side of it. Now, how does the application of that look? As we build that out, the next step would be now to redesign the code of conduct based on those regulations. So the goal is that it is ready to go for next year, which includes professional learning through the summer to make sure that we're ready to go. That's the goal, but we don't have a hard timeline right now, but we have a goal.
Thank you. I like the soft goal. Thank you.
Trustee Cavazos, thank you so much for your patience, and thank you for yielding your time. Floor is yours.
No problem. Thank you so much. I have a question that came up after we had our briefing last week. But before I go into that question, I just want to commend your team for answering the questions about cultural inclusivity, and that the way that this is being approached is that these kids, all our kids in our district, we are treating them with respect and with diligence to help them with these issues. And Dr. Scavella, I believe it is Dr. Scavella, I want to commend you for that really, really, should we say, elaborate, that's the wrong word, detailed, yes, tactical, from Trustee Barone, tactical. But I really appreciate that, because we want people to understand that the whole goal is to keep our kids in school. And of course, we trustees serve on the expulsion review boards. We are very, very careful to look at every single situation and to include, to basically look at all the details of what is being asked for the expulsion process. So thank you so much for making that clear, that this is not something that we are looking at to treat children differently or to have lower expectations at all. I appreciate that. The question that came up had to do with the slide that had to do with the special needs children, and that had to do with the last 3 years that shows that basically district-wide we're showing improvement, and we're very happy about that. Students eligible for special education, it looks like the suspension rates have maybe gone up a bit over the past 3 years, but their representation remains significantly higher than their enrollment. So just wondering, what are we looking at? I know you talked about like steps forward. What are we looking at specifically to kind of reduce that disproportionality strategies?
For sure. No, thank you for the question. And so again, the actual numbers are going down, but it was such an outlier as a group that it's still well beyond where we need to be and where we should be and where we want to be. So in general, as we work with these middle schools, for example, as we've talked about in the past, where we brought out, MTSS and psych services and guidance and counseling, we are now also bringing the student services division with the special ed supports. The STAR program that we mentioned, that's an area that we hear from schools of a high level of their discipline is from this one program within the school. So we're looking to come in and provide supports for that, working and now partnering with SSD. So again, it's very targeted. Because it is, we do see at certain schools that level is higher than others, but it has become an area of focus that we brought that group into the overall wrapping the school with supports.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for your work.
Trustee Esparza-Stoffergan.
So thank you for indulging us with all of our questions. I feel like this is a regular board meeting, but it feels like a work session. So that might be a consideration for the future with these types of topics, President, for us to consider maybe moving this to a work session. Just a thought. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Scavella. I have a very specific data question for you regarding when the data is collected. Let's say, for example, there's a bullying incident, and if we know that through an investigation, there are victims and there are individuals that have made some poor choices, is what I'm going to say. They're kids, okay? So I love your word, corrective action, correct the behavior, because our students can do that and they can make better choices. And that's the goal, is let's get them to make better choices. So my question is about going back to, are victims counted in addition to those that maybe have been alleged or claimed to be the bully? So is that data accurate, and are we lumping them together?
So thank you for the question, Trustee Esparza-Stoffergan. So when we count the bullying, so we do count in a bullying incident if there's a victim and if there's a offender in that same in that bullying incident. So those are counted, and I'm going to have to kind of refer to Kevin as far as how do we classify it. But again, it's counted as a victim for that incident and an offender for that incident.
That is my understanding as well, is it's one incident with the victim and the offender in the one incident.
So I want to go back to Trustee Zamora's point, because I think do you see where I'm going? Like, are we counting incidents for victims and for the bullies as one, or is that multiplying? Because we could have multiple victims, we could have multiple bullies. So I just want to get a true sense of what is our data? Can we get to the root of and separate the victims? Because they're not the ones that are the bully. I think we need to take that out, because maybe we can get a true picture of that. Did you want to follow up? And then I do have one last thing.
Yes, so NRS 388-1351 requires us to count anytime there was a person who committed a violation of NRS 388-135, and every time there was an incident where there was not. So we do have to count all the victim, and we do have to count the offender in each case. That's required by the state statutes.
Just to follow up, so we can pull like number of victims, number of offenders. We can pull that. Just because you mentioned, because I know we're going to communicate, were you looking for that same data and concerned about that same data for expulsions, for example, or was it specifically to bullying?
I think specifically to bullying, because bullying has been probably a large portion of our incidents on campus, whether it's social media, whether it's in person. however that might be, I think we really need to dig into that a bit more and really get to the roots of that and separate it. Okay, so the last thing I want to share is Trustee Cavazos mentioned about us being on hearings. I heard from a parent recently about the Star On program at a specific school that their child experienced. What is the duration of a student being in the Star On program, which is kind of an on-site, right? It's a separating them from the other part of the population, but they're supposed to get full-time instruction. And the reason I'm even mentioning this, duration number one, the parent had concern because they did a site visit and they were concerned about the instruction that was happening or not happening, lack thereof, in that programming. And you talked about supports for Star On, so I'm really interested in, I guess, a follow-up, but also to know, like, what exactly is happening in those programs and how long do students stay in them?
Thank you for the question. And again, the Star On programs are very individualized by school. However, when we're talking about a long-term removal, that should be an academic center referral, where we're talking about extended, where we're like 6 beyond weeks. So we have had students that we know that are in Star On programs for up to a month and then go back through, but there's not a specific in the code of conduct like a beginning and end time or a maximum amount of time. That still is controlled by the site. But the instructional part of what's occurring in there is something that we do monitor and we need to follow up.
Thank you. I think that's important. And also, I think we should be tracking how long are students staying in Star On, because that is another concern I think we need to start having more conversations about. Thank you.
For sure. And if I just one follow, so we can track it, we just don't dictate it to the principals. But we do, but just so you know, so we can track that.
Trustee Henry.
Thank you so much. Trustee she just expanded on some of the questions I was going to ask. So again, thank you all so much for your very detailed, knowledgeable, expert report.
Okay, seeing as there's nobody else in the queue, we're going to close discussion and open it up to public comment. We have 2 folks signed up for public comment on this item. First is Tiffany Bumel. If you could just state your name for the record, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Tiffany Bumel for the record. 100 school days. I'm not sure anyone realizes how long 100 school days can be. When you're cramming to get kids ready for a test, 100 school days can pass in a blur. But 100 school days can also feel like torture when things are going horribly wrong in the classroom. I want to share a real and deeply troubling situation from within our district. My colleague is a kindergarten teacher in CCSD, a dedicated, experienced educator who loves kids and works tirelessly for their success. For 100 school days, they endured ongoing assaults from one student who physically beat and bit them, caused repeated classroom disruptions, broke furniture, triggered evacuations, and eventually began hurting other children. At 5 years old, this is not typical misbehavior. This is harmful behavior that repeatedly endangered the teacher and the 18 other students in their classroom. They asked for help over and over again. They set up progressive discipline plans, positive behavior reward charts, and many academic motivations and allowances to help this student feel successful. They worked hard to have the student accept and trust them, to build a relationship to correct the behavior, and unfortunately, these actions were not reciprocated by the home. After months of doing all the proper MTSS guides, what followed were temporary suspensions that did not stop the cycle. The student would return and behavior continued. The supports in place did not meaningfully change the situation or protect the learning environment. Parents who raised concerns were told their child could move classes away from the aggressor. How is that fair to the students who were doing the right thing? How is that fair to the teacher who built those classroom relationships? Our student code of conduct places responsibilities on schools to address dangerous and disruptive behavior, and on administrators to protect students and staff. But what this teacher experience shows that when behaviors escalate beyond typical discipline, the current system is not enough. Families are critical partners, absolutely, but when a parent cannot or will not engage in meaningful change, the burden falls on teachers, support staff, and the rest of the classroom to absorb that risk every single day for 100 school days. That a move to a program that would benefit the child most is inconvenient for the parent should not be an option when the behavior is inconvenient for the entire school. This is inequitable and the system is not working. Teachers should be able to teach with confidence and feel safe in their classrooms. Students should be able to learn without fear. No adult or child should have to accept daily assaults as part of the school day. We need to move beyond reactive suspensions. We need meaningful behavior intervention supports, clear criteria for alternative placements when safety is at risk, transparent escalation protocols, and stronger collaboration between behavior specialists and classroom teams. Every child deserves a safe learning environment. Every teacher deserves to be heard and believed when they raise safety concerns. You have behavior reforms in front of you. Now it's time to ensure those next steps actually protect the people in our classrooms, so no teacher, student, or staff member is harmed under the excuse of they're just 5 years old. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, I would like to remind you this is our business meeting. We don't typically do a ton of clapping. We usually do for our students in the beginning, but we try to keep this as business-like and professional as possible, so I appreciate your help with that. We have one more public comment, and that is Ms. Jane Audit. Thank you.
Good evening. Jane Audette, member of Surge, but speaking as an individual. I want to express my support for updating the Student Code of Conduct as a next step in this discipline report, as called for by LAVABSE's Black Student Agenda. Updating the Student Code of Conduct so expectations are clear and responses and consequences are based on actual behaviors helps assure that discipline is fair and consistent. The result can be an increased learning of positive behaviors, not just students receiving punishment. Both recent research as well as educator and student lived experience shows that exclusionary discipline doesn't lead to better behavior or good academic outcomes. What does is a high accountability paired with high support for both educators and students. I'm a retired school social worker, not from CCSD. But in the final years of my career, I served on my district's positive behavior interventions and supports team. One of our jobs was to help support district implementation of a U.S. Department of Education resolution against the district for really egregious discipline discrimination against Black students. What I wanted to say about codes of conduct is that was one of the first actions that my district took, was revising that code of conduct. And it really had a dramatic effect on suspensions and expulsions. But what was interesting was it wasn't just Black students that benefited. Every single student group benefited from the change in the code of conduct. So I'm in full support of that work and excited to see it unfold. By encouraging these updates, I think the board is really affirming its commitment to the safe and respectful school environments, to consistent and fair discipline, and support and accountability for our students and for staff members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, with that, I will accept a motion to approve item 4.02. Trustee Irene Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to accept the student discipline report.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Barone.
Second.
Thank you. Let's put it to a vote. That passes. All right, thank you. That will close out 4.02. Before I open up 4.03, has everybody had an opportunity to fill out a public comment card? See your hand, sir? He'll help you out. Thank you, Joe. Okay. And with that, we will open up 4.03, advanced coursework, workforce development, and career readiness. The floor is yours.
Madam President, before the presentation, I just want to share, I know we got some notes from our folks just for some technical difficulties with our YouTube captioning online. So for those who are streaming from home with the captioning, you can switch over to the Eduvision if you go to the ccsd.net website. You can get that captioning on the Eduvision site. So I just wanted to share that before we proceeded. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Welsh, Dustin Mansell for the record. I am joined by Gia Moore, our Assistant Superintendent of the College and Career Readiness and School Choice Division. Today we are here to provide an update on Clark County School District's advanced coursework, workforce development, and career readiness. Advanced coursework, workforce development, and career readiness were first shared during the November 14th, 2019 regular board meeting. Updated information was then shared in December of 2019, 2022, 2023, and 2024. Madam President, with your permission at this time, I would like to hand over the presentation to Mrs. Moore, who will provide the updates on advanced coursework, workforce development, and career readiness.
Thank you, Dr. Mansell. Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Welsh, G. Moore for the record. Career and technical education provides students with hands-on, industry-aligned learning experiences that prepare them for high-skill, high-wage, and in-demand careers. CCSD is proud to offer CTE at every high school, ensuring district-wide access to high-quality, career-connected programming. Over the past 5 years, with the direction from the Nevada Department of Education, the district has redesigned CTE pathways from 3-year to 2-year models, allowing students to complete pathways more efficiently while expanding opportunities to earn industry-recognized credentials, participate in dual enrollment, and engage in meaningful work-based learning experiences, or even complete a second CTE program of study. These efforts are supported in large part through state and federal Perkins grant funding, which allows the district to invest strategically in high-quality programs. The 2024-2025 school year marked the final phase of CCSD's transition from 3-year CTE pathways to 2-year pathways. As anticipated, this structural change resulted in a decrease in the total number of CTE courses taken, as students now complete pathways in a more streamlined and efficient manner. Despite this shift, student participation in CTE remains strong across student groups. CTE enrollment closely mirrors and in some cases exceeds district representation for Hispanic, Black, Asian, and Pacific Islander students. Participation among English learners and students with disabilities is slightly lower than district averages, presenting an opportunity to further expand access and support. This slide highlights CTE program completion rates, which help us understand how intentionally students are moving through full, coherent pathways rather than taking isolated courses. A few things are happening at the same time. First, particularly in the early high school years, students are exploring what they like and do not like. That exploration is an important part and expected part of career development and pathway discovery. At the same time, we continue to address legacy practices where CTE courses have been leveraged as electives rather than as part of intentional sequenced pathways. While we have made significant progress over the past 4 years in shifting toward this intentional pathway enrollment, this remains a critical area of focus. These challenges are explicitly identified within the workforce and college readiness component of the Core 4 bridge work. Lastly, just to add some perspective, national data indicate that only 1/3 of high school students complete a full CTE program of study, making CCSD's 65.1% completion rate notably higher than national patterns. Next is advanced placement. Participation in advanced placement coursework is strongly associated with higher graduation rates, college enrollment, and college persistence, even when students do not earn a qualifying exam score. AP coursework develops critical academic skills such as analytical writing, quantitative reasoning, and evidence-based argumentation. CCSD has taken a deliberate approach to expanding access to AP by moving beyond GPA as the sole indicator of readiness. By leveraging multiple data points, including the PSAT 8-9, we have increased AP course participation by 72% over the past 5 years. This progress has been complemented by the introduction of new courses such as English 10 AP Seminar and other course offerings. Last year alone, students earned $17.2 million in college credits with qualifying AP exam scores. AP participation in CCSD has grown steadily over the past 3 years, reflecting expanded access to rigorous coursework across the district. This growth spans across all student groups, including increased participation from Hispanic and Black African American students. As the district continues to strengthen intentional pathway enrollment, these trends demonstrate measurable impact driven by stronger alignment between rigorous coursework, students' pathways, and post-secondary plans. In 2025, 47% of CCSD AP test takers identified as Black African American or Hispanic Latino, exceeding the national average of 32% and reinforcing CCSD's ongoing efforts to expand access to advanced coursework. Next, this data reflects the percentage of students enrolled in AP courses who also take the exam. Exam participation is influenced by factors such as CCSD covering all exam fees for all students, student confidence, and perceived readiness. We continue to reduce barriers and provide targeted supports for both students and educators to increase participation. For context, since 2021, CCSD has experienced a 56% increase in AP exam participation compared to the 20.9% growth nationally, underscoring the impact of these intentional strategies. AP exam proficiency rates, defined as students earning a score of 3 or higher on the exam, provide important insight into student preparation and instructional alignment. While proficiency remains a key indicator of success, CCSD also recognizes that participation in AP coursework itself delivers significant post-secondary benefits. Research demonstrates that students who enroll in AP courses, regardless of whether they earn a qualifying score, are more likely to graduate from high school, enroll in college, and persist in post-secondary education. Next is our dual enrollment program. Dual enrollment allows students to earn college credit while still in high school and is associated with higher graduation rates, increased college enrollment, and stronger post-secondary persistence. Dual enrollment supports smoother transitions to college by familiarizing students with college-level expectations and rigor. We are increasingly aligning dual enrollment coursework with degree pathways and CTE pathways to maximize credit applicability and workforce relevance. This next slide reflects a significant and sustained growth in dual enrollment participation across student groups. And I want to emphasize that none of this would happen in terms of this increase without our amazing NSHE partners. For 2025-2026, Hispanic Latino students represent the largest number of dual enrollment participants. White and Asian students are participating at rates that exceed overall district representation, while participation among Black African American students, English learners, and students eligible for special education continues to grow. There remains further opportunity to expand access and ensure greater representation in moving forward. While the dual enrollment pass rate is approximately 97%, which is students earning a C or higher, it's also important to consider persistence. Across recent school years, dual enrollment drop rates have remained consistently low, generally ranging from about 1% to 3% across student groups per semester. This indicates that the vast majority of students who enroll in dual enrollment courses remain in the course and successfully complete it. Finally, our International Baccalaureate program emphasizes how students learn, not just what they learn. IB fosters critical thinking skills, research skills, communication, and student agency, while also supporting social emotional growth. IB students demonstrate strong post-secondary outcomes, including higher rates of college enrollment and persistence. This slide highlights IB participation by student group. We continue to focus on expanding access to IB and ensuring students are supported throughout the pathway. I want to mention that this is a very small program across CCSD and is represented at 5 CCSD high schools, which include Valley, Green Valley, Palo Verde, Basic, and Spring Valley High School. The IB diploma is a program credential and is earned in addition to the CCSD high school graduation diploma. To earn the IB diploma, students complete a rigorous program of study. Students take 6 IB courses across required subject areas. They're assessed also through a combination of internal coursework and external IB exams. They also must achieve a 24 out of the possible 45 points on the assessment. And then they also have a series of other activities that they must complete, including IB core components, which included an extended essay, theory of knowledge, a service learning project, etc. So what's working? Over the past 4 years, CCSD has been more intentional with expanding access to advanced coursework and career pathways. Key drivers of growth include stronger pathway alignment, expanded dual enrollment and credential opportunities, and increased industry and post-secondary partnerships. We have also improved student placement practices by including multiple data points, not just GPA, or only teacher recommendation to identify students for advanced coursework and CTE pathways. Finally, targeted outreach, especially to families, have helped more students see themselves in advanced and career-aligned opportunities. In moving forward, we are continuing our work to strengthen coherent pathway design across the district. The next phase will focus on the structure and function of course catalogs at our schools, ensuring that coursework is organized and presented in more strategic, student-centered ways. We have already begun this work in this effort by developing a centralized CTE course catalog and providing training to schools in August of this school year. This catalog is designed to serve as a practical advising tool, supporting intentional student placement within course sequences. We are also continuing to strengthen and refine our strategic partnerships with higher education institutions to expand dual enrollment, deepen post-secondary alignment, and prepare more students for college. And lastly, the research tells us that, broadly speaking, high school experiences in general do not prepare our students for post-secondary education or the world of work. So we have to prioritize expanding work-based learning opportunities so more students can connect classroom learning to real-world experiences.
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Welsh, for the record, Dustin Mansell. We would like to extend our gratitude to our educators and school administrators for their continued collaborative efforts in supporting expanding advanced coursework, workforce development, and career readiness opportunities on our school campuses for our students. We would also like to thank all of our community partners who provide work-based learning opportunities for our students, the College Board, and the Nevada System of Higher Education Institutions for their collaboration and partnership in this work. Thank you for this opportunity to share the update on Clark County School District's advanced coursework, workforce development, and career readiness. And at this time, we'll pause and take any questions from the board.
Thank you so much. Trustee Barone.
Yeah, thank you very much for this update. There's a lot of people who put a lot of work to push, pull, and drag our students, over the line here. I want to go back to slide number 9 on the proficiency rates from 2022 to 2025. Now, again, I've always admitted that I'm not the very best at math, but correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that like a 20% increase for the proficiency rates on slide number 9 for advanced placement? Now, these are tests. These are tests for the public. It's not like it's Barone making these tests up. These are nationally. These are nationally standardized tests, right? So it's not like where these students are going to be pulling out their ChatGPT and completing stuff here. They were given coursework. They rose to the occasion, and they were tested on a nationally ranked test. Is that correct?
Trustee Barone, that is correct.
It's amazing. Again, over a 2-year period, the students have risen to the occasion, and this was with more students actually participating. That's also correct, right?
That is correct.
So it seems that accessibility, the more that our district is making more these courses, advanced coursework, CTE coursework, and of course with the partnerships with our local universities here, right? As we expand more accessibility, the students are rising to the occasion.
That is correct, Trustee Barone. And I want to say that this data point is really nuanced too, because it's not capturing all of our AP exams. It's basically taking all of our AP exams and saying that this is a pass rate. In some cases, if you're really drilling down into the data, for example, for a particular course, the global pass rate, which means you're looking at this nationally as an example, may only be 70% or 60%. And we do have courses such as our AP Spanish Literature is an example where we exceed that global pass rate by 5%. So our students are actually doing better than the national average.
And I was going to say, on that one alone, many of the students who are taking these classes, they're ELL students and other students who typically, they don't even have access. No one's ever approached them. Also, our AP, if I remember, the literature classes, right? Again, where they're studying Cervantes in Spanish, right? And students who typically never get an opportunity to participate in these classes, they're given accessibility. They show up, they complete, they rise to the occasion, and they're showing a path forward. I guess that's pretty well correct, right?
That is correct, Trustee Brown.
This is like a Cobra Kai moment, you know that?
Yes.
Accessibility, and I really appreciate your recommendations with work-based experiences. There is, of course, you and I taught at the same school, so we've seen this firsthand, but there's also a fantastic school that I'm not going to put their name out, but they're in North Las Vegas, and their entire curriculum is based upon this work-based school, and it's a fantastic environment, and very much, I'm almost like brimming here with pride, and I'm really, really anxious to see what the district can do to move our seniors, well, I guess probably the younger students too, but especially our juniors and seniors towards these kind of programs that gives them that real life experience. You struck first, struck hard, with a lot of mercy.
Trustee Zamora.
I don't have any questions. I do want to, I'm sorry. I do want to say, at a federal level, I want to share publicly, Trustee Bustamante Adams and I were just in DC, and we're going to do updates about that at our March work session. But we were really excited to share that all of our high schools have CTE programs, and even 12 middle schools have CTE programs as well, which is, we are ahead of the game when it comes to this. And we need to brag about that a little bit more, and I am looking at Dr. Welsh. How do we do more of that narrative? Because we are, unfortunately losing a lot of our students to other entities, but we have really great programs for our high school, even our middle schools. And I will, I talk a lot about Fremont Middle School specifically because I really enjoyed watching 7th graders walk around with their white coats. It is adorable. It is something to see, but they are hands-on learning and have great programs in there. We are ahead of the game in this, and I want to see more narrative around that from our leadership and our communications as well. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Just briefly, can you share what you shared with us at the briefing about even if a student takes an advanced placement course and happens to not pass it, what the advantages are for them for being just exposed to those courses?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Cavazos. So yes, including our AP, our dual enrollment, our IB courses, there is significant research that shows just by a student being exposed to that coursework that their likelihood of entering in college and completing college successfully is exponentially more than if they wouldn't have been exposed to that, even if it's just one course. And so there's some other data that has come out recently too that discusses that students that have completed that advanced level coursework are actually completing their degrees at a quicker rate as well, not only because they're coming in credit rich, but also because they have been given the tools to be able to navigate higher ed. That is a big key piece to it because I want to emphasize that with dual enrollment, I'll give as an example, it's not just a student saying that this course looks fun, I want to take it, I get ahead of my degree program. It's much more than that. It's really just giving them that toolkit so they can be successful. I want to highlight that a good majority of students, especially when we were embarking upon our expansion of dual enrollment, were first generation and their families going to college. And that's significant to have that exposure so that they're able to be successful once they hit college. We don't want to have any doors shut.
Thank you so much. And I think also to kind of piggybacking what you just said, that they have that exposure, the first generation, and then that sometimes that exposure and that experience, they're passing it on to younger siblings and to other people in their family. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Trustee Esparza-Stoffergan.
Gia Moore, I don't think you get enough credit because I'm telling you, this is game-changing for our district. It has been over time. And even the fact of the completers, right? That was a legislative thing, also a Department of Ed thing, where it took time to say kids need to complete it within 2 versus 3 because they changed their minds. So thank you. I know I'm looking at you specifically, but here's my question. I'm looking at sustainability, and Trustee Zamora mentioned that at the federal level. Can you talk to us about projections in the future at the federal level with the Carl Perkins grant? What we currently get, what is that percentage looking like? What do you foresee, or is it an unknown? And I love the second part to this question. It has to do with money, is that when we look at our partners, not just NCHI, but I'm looking at, are we taking into consideration outside of even maybe some business partnerships, some philanthropy, to help sustain this and to expand it? Like, I know we have it in certain middle schools, but we don't have it in all middle schools. So it's about money. So I'm sorry, that's really loaded, but go for it.
Thank you, Trustee Esparza-Stoffergan. First of all, thank you for the comment, and I would be totally remiss if I have a great job because I get to support amazing educators and school leaders, and they're doing the real hard work. I appreciate the comments. So with the federal and state Perkins dollars, so we receive both. We receive around $14 million a year. That supports everything. It supports our teachers. It supports the instructional materials. It supports our equipment. You know, if you're looking at an advanced manufacturing program, it's very expensive. So that allows for us to have CTE programs at every CCSD high school. It's such a critical funding source for us. Right now, we're in the middle of our grant cycle, so we'll be submitting, so that money is there. We will be submitting our request to the Nevada Department of Education within the next couple of weeks. There has been some rearrangement of departments at the federal level, so we know that those dollars will be refunneled through the Department of Labor. We don't really have any information necessarily on what that will look like at this point, but I think, you know, regardless of your vantage point, we know that CTE programs have a huge impact on our students, not only in their earning potential, their graduation rates, you know, range anywhere from 93 to 97% if you complete a CTE program of study. I don't think anyone can argue that our investment dollars are going to something really good. So, and I apologize if I've forgot the other part of your question.
And I apologize, it was so loaded. Are we taking into consideration some partnerships, not just the reach to the NCHI, but are we looking at business partners and other philanthropy groups, potentially nonprofits?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So yes, we definitely need to expand our business partnership base, but let me give you a couple of really great examples of where this works well. So about 4 years ago, so right after the pandemic, we partnered with Nevada Gold Mines. So Nevada Gold Mines pays for our students' credit, they pay for the instruction, they pay for everything that a student needs in terms of going through industrial maintenance or diesel tech programs. Upon graduation from those programs, we have that program at 2 of our high schools. Those students are fully employable with the mines, the mining companies. So that's like game changing for our students, you know, to make anywhere from $60,000 to $80,000 right out of high school. That's significant. And I think that we have to do a better job, I believe, as Trustee Zamora was saying, in telling that story. I think that there's a perception still that we, you know, I get asked often, we need to bring back woodshop. And my answer to that is we have 12 construction technology programs where students are being hired right into business and industry with industry recognized credentials. And so we are providing the same training that they would out in industry or with our trade unions. So I really just think we need to do a better job at expanding what we're actually doing in the Clark County School District.
Thank you. Trustee Satori.
Thank you. My question is for specifically for dual enrollment, which I'm a huge supporter of the program and the leg up it gives our students going into college and the more likelihood they are to go to college once they have those credits. So with the various, my questions regarding the models of dual enrollment. So for example, like on my campus, it's that they go to the CSN campus or they take it virtually in the Jumpstart model of having it on your campus, but you need those teachers that are qualified to teach it there. Which do we see more? Is it a mixture across our campuses? Is it dependent upon the school? Is that, you know, and what do we see the most of? And is there also data on which we're seeing more success with, if so?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Satori. So we offer a combination of all of those things. We offer Jumpstart credit. We offer articulated credit. So when students complete certain CTE pathways, they receive articulated credit specifically with the College of Southern Nevada. But where our biggest growth has been is with our four-year institutions. And the interesting thing about that is that's not really a national model for that. It's typically with two-year institutions, but where we've seen our most growth is with our four-year higher institution partners. And so that's where the classroom teacher is credentialed to be able to teach and deliver that coursework in partnership with, you know, a higher ed professor.
So, thank you.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. We had such a great conversation. I want to bring up like a positive story as a parent that I had. My son, he probably hates that I talk about him a lot here, but he had mentioned to me that he was pulled out of class to be tested, and then he ended up being moved out of his mathematics class into a more advanced class. And I'm like, this is great. Like, you should be, you know, excelled and pressed, like Trustee Barone had mentioned, to be pulled across the finish line and, you know, kind of strengthen what you have. And so I, as a parent, have a very good, you know, relationship and feeling with the dual enrollment, advanced placement, and CTEs that's happening. I wanted to ask and this is mainly for parents to know, when they have their kids going from elementary to middle or even middle to high, what kind of are there any deadlines or dates they should be looking at? Just kind of like so they can keep ahead of it and making sure their kids can get that advanced placement, that dual enrollment. Is there something that we can tell parents?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Trustee Dominguez. So the parents are a critical factor in awareness about what these options are in terms of CTE, AP, and those kinds of things. Right now is a critical time for families to understand when they're transitioning from elementary to middle to high school. But really specifically middle school to high school, we've done a lot of work over the last few years of making sure that there's more synergies between the high school and the middle school. A student's first entry point into that high school shouldn't be on day one. It should really occur much more before that. If I'm a student, I should know every program that my high school is offering, and as well as other options of what's available around the district. So that is definitely a growth point for us in terms of working more with our parents. I'll give you an example of where we're starting this work. We just did a parent workshop specifically geared towards middle school parents. We did that at our Family Support Center. It was very well attended. And that we are giving them the toolkit so they can have those great conversations with their children. I always use this example, and it's probably silly, but I always say I'm the accidental assistant superintendent because the only reason why I'm before you today is because I had a teacher in high school that said, hey, I see some potential in you. And while that's a great story, it's also saddening because that shouldn't be an accidental. We shouldn't have accidental doctors and lawyers and, you know, name the professions, but it shouldn't be accidental. It should be part of a more coherent ecosystem where everyone's working together to make sure that we are providing our families with awareness of what these opportunities, but furthermore, we're preparing them so they can even be positioned to be in these courses, which is part of our core four.
That is so excellent, and I really love that analogy. I wanted to, and one of the things that we discussed was, and I received so much information from elected officials. So County Commissioner Becker had mentioned to me, what can I do? How can I help? What more can we do as elected officials out there? And so please let them know what they can do.
Thank you for the question. So one of the things that I always say is I never ask for stuff or money or anything like that. Our students need opportunities and experiences. That is just a key factor. Right now, we're in the middle of Work-Based Learning Month. You might have seen some of our posts about it. We have students everywhere. We have students at Godden Ford and Findlay Toyota and in Cirque du Soleil. We're just trying to get them out there to broaden their horizons. So really my big ask to our community is we need our students to have more experiences like that. It's not just a field trip. It's not frivolous. It is really game-changing, especially if you're a student that just doesn't understand what is out there and what those possibilities are. So that's the first thing. The second piece is helping us amplify this message that these programs actually work and our students, regardless of where they are coming from, are doing really well in them.
That's beautiful. And I'm sorry, can you also discuss a little bit about, because sometimes we lose kids after, they graduate 17, but some programs won't take them until 18, like for internships. Even though the law says you can hire kids at 15, I think it's even less than that, but yeah.
Thank you for that. Yes. It has been something that we, at every opportunity that we get, try to get some sort of an understanding of why that's continually a barrier. So typically students cannot engage in work-based learning or internships or apprenticeships until they're 18. The interesting thing about that is that we do have students currently that are engaging in those opportunities now as early as 16. So for example, for our EMT program, I can go and do the clinical work on that at 16. I can do that same thing for that if I'm a certified nursing assistant. But for some reason, we still have these barriers. The problem with that and why this is so critical, and maybe another thing to amplify, is that we invest a lot, our students invest a lot of time and energy in completing these certifications and licensure. What a shame is that when they walk across the stage and we haven't had that handshake with that business and industry partner, so they can go right into employment. We have a huge disconnected youth population, which means is that we lost them at some point along the way. The goal to this is what we're doing now, is to get them before that happens so they're employable. And it really doesn't matter that they don't need to do these things for the rest of their lives, but it's giving them a skill set so they can identify what that is if that is not their calling.
Thank you so much. I think it's great that we encourage our businesses, our partners, or even our county commissioners and all of our elected officials to take a chance on these kids and let them intern, let them work in all of their programs. So thank you.
Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, Gia. You're speaking my language. I'm trying to hold myself back. But here's my questions. One, you mentioned Nevada Mines, and you mentioned that they cover instructions. Does that mean they pay for the instructor to actually teach the course?
So thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. So our students are taking some of their coursework at the school site in relation to that, and then they go to CSN, and that's where all of their coursework is paid for.
Okay, and it's paid for by them,
By
so that,
Nevada Gold
because
Mines.
I know that one of the barriers is that we can't attract instructors to teach the courses, because if I were a nurse, I would make more money being a nurse instead of going to go teach. And so I was trying to understand if Nevada Mines solved that problem.
I don't believe that solved that problem.
Okay.
I think that it is difficult to find CTE teachers in specific pathways.
Okay.
I know that we've addressed that through our nursing program, but I also know that there's room to grow in others. So like an engineering program and those kinds of things, it's very difficult to hire people under a business and industry license.
And in nursing, did the last legislative session, did we change something so that we could allow nurses to consider us as attractive to teach our courses?
I believe, Trustee Bustamante Adams, that was something in the collective bargaining agreement where
Okay, that's right.
they were trying to make sure that that pay was commensurate with our actual school nurses.
That's
So
right.
that was where that alignment came from.
So I would just ask you to think, you don't have to give me an answer now, but looking at other states that have solved the problem that Trustee Dominguez was talking about, right, as far as attracting instructors to be able to teach the courses that we have for the students, and then the connection between the employer and our engaged students, I would just ask you to, we get 2 bill draft requests, the board does, and we are all very impressed in the work that's happening in this space. Legislatively, if we could remove some barriers or do something in the next legislative session, CTE may be at the top of the list. So I would just ask you what other best practices in other states that have solved this problem, what would you recommend? You don't have to tell me now. But just think about it, because I think that this team would be very interested in that catalyst of moving that forward. So thank you.
Trustee Henry.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you both for the presentation again. I am thankful for dual enrollment. I have something in common with Trustee Dominguez. My daughters benefited from it. Earlier in your presentation, you mentioned that there are now multiple data points and not just teacher recommendation. Can you talk about that a little more?
Thank you, Trustee Henry. Yes, I think if we were to look at historic practices, it's been hinged on teacher recommendation, which is a really important part of the student going on to the next level, right? So it is an important piece. There also are other important data points that we look at. So one of them is we administer the PSAT 8-9, so that happens in middle school. And what that does is that helps us identify AP potential in students and just potential for students to be successful in advanced level coursework. We identified 1,000 more students through looking at that data that now have that opportunity than if we were not to weigh in that data. So I think that's a significant piece. And then another one I think is really critical, a student's desire and want to be in the class. In my earlier days when I was a teacher, I was also an avid teacher, and we opened up those pathways for students regardless of whatever they were coming in with, and those students were very successful still. My students that may have been overlooked took my AP class and they still either passed or they were exposed to that coursework and they were successful in that class. So because they wanted to be in there. So I think that's also sometimes an overlooked piece of it. If our student wants to challenge themselves, we should let them do that.
Thank you all so much for opening up those opportunities for students, especially those who advocate for themselves so hard. You know, my daughter was one of those who advocated for herself to be in a more advanced class and was told no by a teacher. And so I'm thankful that it is now being open more to more students. So very appreciative.
Thank you. Before I pass it off to Trustee Barone, I actually had a couple questions, comments too. On slide 5, you said a couple things during this presentation that I felt were said a little quietly that I think we need to amplify a bit. So on slide 5, under the career and technical education, you mentioned that our program completion rates with our students are at 65%. What did you say the national average was?
Thank you, Trustee Stevens. So our national data indicates that only about 1/3 of students that begin a CTE program complete the CTE program. And it's for a number of reasons, but I think one of the reasons why we're seeing such a significant increase is because of our pressure that we have put on the system to make sure that we're not using these courses as electives. They're not electives, but beyond that, we need to have a better entry point for our students so they're understanding what they're getting into as well. I think that sometimes it's very much about exploration, right? So we can do a lot of work in building up that knowledge of what these programs are, and they still may not like it, but there's a less likelihood for a student not to complete it if we've done the work in giving students experiential learning. We're making sure that there's a greater connection between the high schools and the middle schools, that we are doing career exploration activities where students can kind of identify things that they're interested in. So I think that those things all together are doing what we're intending it to do. We also have some amazing CTE teachers. And I know that you all have been in their classrooms, but they're fantastic. And I think that has a huge piece to do with that too.
It's wonderful, thank you. And then lastly, you also mentioned something very quietly. You said that one of the things that is very important in all of these programs is trying to remove barriers as much as possible. And you talked about how CCSD covers AP exams. That's pretty significant. So my question to you is, how much does it cost a student to take it? Let's say CCSD did not sponsor those exams for them. How many exams does a typical AP student need to take? How much is each one?
Thank you, Trustee Stevens. So each test is about $100 an exam. So if you're taking multiple AP exams, it's very expensive. We also assist with title dollars for students taking dual enrollment courses. So students that have economic need, we help support up to 2 of those courses. Right now, our students are paying about $100 per course. If you were to take that class in college, it would be about $300 a credit. So these are huge barriers that I think we're removing for our students and a huge cost savings to our families.
Thank you so much. I just want to highlight, I'm looking on the AP enrollment, and for the 25 to 26 school year, there's 21,000 students. That is incredibly significant that the district is taking that on to remove those barriers. And I got to echo my colleagues here who are saying that if there's a way that we can promote this amazing work that you guys are doing, and our wonderful students who are getting it done. They're the ones completing these courses, and they're staying after it, and our educators who are doing such a great job. So this is just fantastic, and I appreciate the presentation. Trustee Barone.
Actually, Madam President, I think my question was actually going to reflect yours, but of course it's directed more for the dual credit, of course. I remember it took me years to pay off my kids' student loan there, my portion, right? But again, and we've talked about this before, or at least I've mentioned it before in a previous board meeting. So as I understand, in many of the schools here that offer the dual credit, correct me if I'm wrong, students could get to almost or just about or right there at their associate's degree. Is that correct?
That is correct, Trustee Barone. We do have students graduating with their associates.
Wow! So they get their high school diploma and their associate's degree, and of course, you know, they're actually they're being exposed. This whole thing with post-secondary education, because in some places a post-secondary education degree is kind of like denigrated. I don't know why, but you know, in some places it's like mystified. It's almost like denigrated. But here, it's being shown that a post-secondary high school degree is an attainable thing. It's very much reachable. It's attainable. And again, I remember being a small child there, sitting there in a fantastic school, CC Rano, but being told by the teacher, hey, how many of you are going to go to college? And I know most of my friends, many of them, they raised their hand, and I didn't even know what the heck college was. But I kind of raised my hand, and then the teacher said, well, guess what? Not all of you are going to go. And so I immediately thought to myself, well, that's not for me. It's not going to be for me. And it took years to go ahead and you know, break through that barrier. So again, we're exposing more students. I guess the question is, how much, and I guess the district is also, depending upon the school, helping students with the fee for the dual credit classes. How much potentially could a parent save by having their student earn an associate's degree in a dual credit program? We're talking like money here, girl, money.
Trustee Barone, off the top of my head, I cannot think of a specific amount in relation to what our going rates are right now, but it's thousands of dollars thousands of dollars.
So you're like me, you're not good at math either?
I'm not. I was an English teacher.
No, I'm just kidding. No, you're fantastic. Hey, I used to work with her. Come on now. We have this familiarity. You can kick me later, I promise. And with that, if there's no one else, I'm ready to make a motion.
We have public comment,
Oh, thank you.
but I will turn to you after. And we have one more. Trustee Cavazos, before I close discussion.
I was just going to second it, so.
All right, we'll go ahead and do some public comment. We have 2 people signed up for this item. First is Tiffany Beamel. And then Michael Flores, you'll be next. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Dr. Beamer for the record. Happy CTE Recognition Month. I'd like to take a moment to celebrate something that is working in Clark County, opportunity. Across our schools, we are seeing incredible growth and success in career and technical education, advanced placement, dual enrollment, and international baccalaureate programs. These aren't isolated pathways, they are lifelines for students. CTE programs are preparing students with industry certification, real-world skills, and hands-on experiences that connect them directly to the workforce here in Southern Nevada. Our AP and IB students are engaging in rigorous college-level coursework that builds critical thinking and academic competence. Dual enrollment allows students to earn college credit before they ever graduate high school, saving families time and money. My daughter took enough AP classes to be a sophomore in college when she started. She graduated in 2 years, saved me about 20 grand to answer that question from earlier. These are real wins, real wins. Students are graduating more prepared. They are seeing themselves in future careers. They are building resumes before they receive diplomas, but we have room to grow. If we truly believe in preparing our students for both college and career, then we need to consider expanding structured community internships as part of the school day, similar to the work experience credit, aligned to CTE, AP, IB, and dual enrollment pathways. Imagine marketing students interning with local businesses, engineering students partnering with industry mentors, healthcare students embedded in clinical settings, culinary, video production, digital literacy, cybersecurity, the list literally goes on. And these would not replace academics, they would deepen them. We already have strong programs. What if we connected them more intentionally to our community? Clark County is filled with industry leaders, small businesses, nonprofits, and public agencies who would benefit from cultivating local talent early. Let's formalize those partnerships and create internship coursework that carries credit, accountability, and purpose. Our students are ready. Our teachers are building the foundation. Almost half our board represents the municipality of our city, and that includes chambers of commerce and business organizations rife with opportunities. Let's take the next step and turn opportunity into experience. And when people email the board members for assistance, they should probably at least respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beamel. Dr. Beamel. Mr. Flores. No, it wasn't. Please state your name for the record.
Madam President, members of the board, Michael Flores for the record. I serve as Vice President at the University of Nevada, Reno, and also a member of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and want to acknowledge my brothers who are well-dressed in the back, who are here as well. But tonight I'm here to, on behalf of the university to express our deep appreciation for the partnership with the Clark County School District and our Collegiate Academy program. Since launching in 2021, the University of Nevada, Reno Collegiate Academy program has grown from an ambitious idea to a powerful, data-driven pathway to higher education. We started with 2 schools, Centennial High School and Cheyenne High School, and now we're working with over 20 of your high schools here in Clark County. Together, we set out to remove barriers that have historically prevented too many students, particularly first-generation students, low-income students, and students from underrepresented communities, from seeing college as attainable and achievable. What makes this partnership so strong is that it is not symbolic, it is operational. It is built into advising, curriculum alignment, student supports, and shared accountability for student success. And I agree with you that Gia does not get the credit she deserves. This work would not be possible without strong leadership and collaboration. And I want to specifically recognize Gia for her commitment, partnership, and tireless work to make this program successful. Her leadership has been instrumental, and she understands that equity is not just about access. It's about completion, persistence, and long-term success. In just a few short years, we are already seeing the impact. Students who may not have otherwise envisioned themselves at a 4-year university are now on a clear and supported path towards a degree. We are proud of what we have built together, and we are even more excited about what is ahead. Thank you for your continued partnership and for your commitment to expanding opportunity for all Clark County students. And I do want to take a moment and thank and recognize former Chancellor John White, who's in the audience tonight. He, during his time as chancellor, and we're talking about access to higher education, he was chancellor and made sure that the legislature supported and passed the Promise Scholarship, which has made sure that so many of our young people had access to our community colleges for free for 2 years. And, we would not see the gains in Nevada had it not been for passing that legislation. And again, just really want to thank Gia Moore for her leadership and everything that she does. So thank you.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion. Trustee Barone.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you. I'll entertain a second. Trustee Cavazos.
I will second that motion.
And let's vote. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, that closes item 4.03. Before I open 5.01, has anybody not filled out a comment card or turned it in? This is the last call before we start public comment. And then also, before we open 5.01, I do see that we have some students in the room. And I was wondering if we had any students that had signed up for public comment. I would love to give you the opportunity to go first. I know you have school tomorrow, so you can. Okay, I see 2, I see 4. Okay, awesome. All right, fantastic. So if it's okay with your parents and you're comfortable with it, love to have you come up to the front. Since I don't know your names and I can't call you right away, we'll dig through these and find you. So, okay. So all you have to do is you'll state your name for the record, okay? And then we're going to get 3 minutes, okay?
Okay. My name is Sydney Scott for the record. I am an 8th grader at Bob Miller Middle School, and I'm here to talk about how the budget cuts that the district is implementing on our schools are affecting me as a student. These budget cuts are taking away a vital role player at Bob Miller Middle School, Miss Davis. Not only is she the social worker that helps students work out their problems and situations, but she is the advisor of the biggest club on our campus, Black Student Union. In a district where there are already limited resources to help students feel seen and supported, losing her would take away one of the few spaces where many students feel they truly belong. I have been in BSU since 6th grade, and being in BSU has truly changed me as a person, both inside and out. It has taught me confidence, endurance, and leadership. It has shown me how to overcome challenges on my own with others. Most importantly, BSU is a space where everyone is welcome, no matter their ethnicity. It creates a sense of belonging that many students may not find anywhere else in our school. That's why it is unrealistic to say that just anyone can step in and coordinate the club. Ms. Davis has poured an extraordinary amount of time, care, and energy into building BSU into what it is today. She has formed genuine relationships, created a foundation of trust, and shaped a community where students feel safe and supported. That kind of dedication cannot simply be replaced by assigning another teacher to the role. Even if someone were willing, they could never replicate the years of commitment and connection she has invested in our school community. So that is why I'm here today, to voice my concerns and to try to come up with a solution for the effects this budget cut is going to have on my school, let alone the other schools in Clark County School District that are going through similar issues.
Thank you, Sydney. Thank you. You just have to give us your name, buddy, and then you can start.
Hello, I am Braxton Selvey, and I just wanted to say that Mrs. Davis has put a huge impact on my life. She has given me multiple life skills like discipline, communication, belief, and confidence. In 6th grade, I had very low confidence, and she was a safe space where I could express myself. And instead of judging me, she supported me and got my confidence level up. So even though this won't affect me, it will affect my sister and my other peers. And I don't think it's right that she's being surplused, and I believe she should stay at Bob Miller. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Braxton.
Hello, board. My name is Olivia, and I wanted to talk here today about the recent elimination of some positions at Bob Miller Middle School, specifically of our school social worker and mental health professional, Miss Karen Davis. From the time 3 years ago when I first started at Bob Miller, I'd watched her work countless hours towards the success of our students. She doesn't only excel at her written job, but she does so much more. Every day, she stays after school to host our drumline and step club, giving ways for students to feel safe to express themselves and build confidence. On top of that, she has been the advisor of our Black Student Union for the past 5 years, going above and beyond expectations. BSU has grown to become the most active club on campus, even leading 3 other culture clubs to stem from it. The impact she has made on hundreds of students and alumni is definitely remarkable. From events where students build public speaking and leadership skills to raising school spirit with activities and spirit days, she's never stopped working since the day she joined our Bobcat community. Some days, I see her working and making calls to organize field trips. Other days, I see her comforting a crying kid. Anyone who has talked to her for just 5 minutes would see how much she cares about the kids and the school. At Bob Miller, Miss Davis has built a community, one that needs to continue.
Thank you, Olivia. Just need your
Hello,
name.
my name is Gracia White, and I would like to talk about Ms. Davis and the budget cuts that are affecting my school, Bob Miller Middle School. I know that the budget cuts are something that we cannot change. I cannot change as much as I'd like to. I don't have that much money. But I feel like lumping Ms. Davis into the category of surplus feels not true, because she is as much as a part of the Miller family as any other teacher, and I know that she's technically not an educator, and she is and she's not even in the general circle of school counselors. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering a lot. But I feel like, personally, and I'm sure lots of other students would agree with me, she is truly amazing. She has created BSU, which is by far the largest club on campus, over 100 members. And in addition to that, BSU has sub-clubs or something so we can perform, like Drumline, Poets of Power, Step Team, and she stays after school essentially every day helping people out. And I know that if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't even want to go to Bob Miller anymore, because I was in a really rough place, and I felt like she was one of the only people that, could listen to me and wouldn't judge. And it made me genuinely feel like I wanted to go to school and that it was something that I would enjoy, even with the clubs or just her being there. And I know that I'm not going to be there next year. But if I had one wish, I just hope that one other kid, just one maybe, would see that maybe this is like a school worth going to and wouldn't lose hope. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Gracia.
Hello, my name is Isabel Selvey, and I am a 6th grader from Bob Miller Middle School. And today I came here to go on record to say that Miss Davis, our school's social worker, she is an important part of our community. Thank you. Miss Davis has personally shaped my brother and my life in a tremendous way. In my elementary years, I had struggled with terrible social anxiety. Almost every day, I would cry going to school, thinking that my peers wouldn't accept me or they'd think I was an outcast. Once my brother Braxton went to middle school and he met Miss Davis and she learned about me and my struggles, she made it her personal mission to help me. Miss Davis has helped my mental health, making me a better student and friend, and helped me with public speaking. Now I travel to other schools talking to younger children to help them be their true selves. And I just think that Miss Davis being surplus is just unfair. Even though she's not technically a teacher or a counselor, she's not as important as a math teacher or a science teacher, she still has that importance to our school.
Thank you, Isabel. I'm very impressed with our students tonight. Thank you guys for coming out and giving your voice. It means a lot. We're going to move on to continue public comment, and we will start with Mel Daniel. Please state your name for the record.
Mel Daniel. I wish to acknowledge and honor the indigenous communities of this region and recognize that we are situated on the traditional homelands of the Nuwuvi and Southern Paiute people. That wasn't so hard. Hi, folks. I'm here as a concerned parent, former educator, and district leader, not CCSD, one who cares an awful lot about our students and their access to a quality education. The students this very board took an oath to serve. Speaking of an oath, did you know that trustees take an oath to uphold the laws and Constitution of Nevada? Just kidding. Of course y'all know that. They are expected to act professionally, communicate respectfully, and focus on student learning and well-being. Sounds simple enough, right? Apparently not. On January 30th at a public town hall in East Las Vegas, trustee member Lorena Biasotti publicly apologies.
Can you hold on one
a trustee.
Yes. We are a board, we're a team, we're together. So we ask our folks when they come up here that you address us as a board and not as individuals.
So not name any individuals?
That is correct.
Heard.
Thank you, Mel.
I appreciate that. Publicly supporting ICE activity. There were also comments criticizing a teacher and State Nevada Assemblyman, Ruben De Silva. For what? For supporting student-led protests against constitutional abuses ICE is committing across cities in our nation. Local news outlets reported that a trustee defended these positions by saying, that's what people voted for. Let's be clear. Our job as trustees, your job as trustees, is not to score political points. Your duty, as I understand it, is to protect our students and our community. And in my opinion, this is a failure. Clark County is home to roughly 167,000 undocumented residents. Public statements like these from someone in a position of authority can make families feel afraid and can discourage students from attending school. And it threatens the sense of safety that our students and teachers deserve. We are all aware of CCSD's absentee issue. And let's be clear, if students aren't in school, they can't learn and our teachers can't do their jobs. It's the trustees. If the trustees' public comments contradict the district's efforts to improve student attendance, as a reminder, trustees are ethically obligated to prioritize student welfare and maintain community trust. This behavior does not just miss the mark, it actively undermines it. Trustees are supposed to act with integrity, uphold their oath, and support the community's confidence, and this does the opposite. Is she really fulfilling her duty? Apologies. Our kids deserve a board of individuals who put their safety and education first, not political agendas. So I'll leave you with this. If a trustee's words make families afraid to send their kids to school, and if her actions undermine the very trust we swore to uphold, then maybe it's time we ask ourselves, are they the person for the job? Thank you.
Again, folks, let's remember this is a professional business meeting. Thank you. Next up is Maya Williams. Maya? After Maya will be Cassandra Cosino? Close enough? Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Maya Williams. I'm here to support my son who attends Southwest Career and Technical Academy. So I hope that you trustees are doing well this evening. I'm just here to express my concern regarding how the current grading structure is impacting my student. My student has consistently demonstrated strong academic performance and is typically an A-B student based on daily work. I also bought his work to be seen, his unofficial transcripts and his printouts of his grades. He does get A's and B's across the board. Been doing that for his whole life. He was an ESY kid, 1 pound, 5 ounces. So we're past the bar of where we need to be. So I'm just wondering what this grading scale is. So based on his daily work, participation, and demonstrated understanding of the material. However, under the current grading model, where summative assessments account for 80% of the total grade, a single low-performing summative can drastically and disproportionately lower the overall grade to a D or even an F. To be clear, I do not understand how a brief assessment, sometimes consisting of only a few questions, can accurately measure true mastery of a subject, when one minor error on a short test can significantly impact the overall grade. It raises serious concerns about whether the grading system is fairly reflecting a student's knowledge, consistency, and academic ability. I also have concerns that a short assessment, such as a 25, 10, or even 5-question test, where a minor mistake can significantly reduce the score, may not fully or fairly demonstrate the understanding of the subject. I am aware that recovery opportunities, reassessments, and corrections may be provided, but only on a limited basis. Even with those options, the current structure allows one heavily weighted summative per quarter to overshadow an otherwise strong academic record. This is deeply concerning not only for my child, but for other high-achieving students whose performance and mastery may not be accurately represented. Additionally, I would like to better understand how the grading changes implemented in 2021 are proving effective for students moving forward. From a parent's perspective, it is difficult to see how a system that allows one heavily weighted assessment to outweigh consistent performance supports long-term learning, confidence, and accurate measurement of the understanding. This is not a race or zoning issue. It is a citywide concern affecting students across the board, particularly competent and high-performing students. My son has also expressed that these heavily weighted summative tests create significant stress and test anxiety for him and many of his peers. While I understand the district has made changes such as later school start times to support students, the core issue impacting academic outcomes appears to be the grading structure itself, not scheduling. Given these concerns,
Thank you. Next up is Cassandra. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, I'm Cassandra Cousineau, and I am a parent of 2 students at Bob Miller Middle School, and I'm following my children, so I'm not at all going to be as eloquent as they are. But I came here specifically to speak about our social worker, Karen Davis, who has been surplus. And the reason why that's important to me as a parent is the state of Nevada is consistently ranking last in terms of mental health services for adolescents in our state. And removing social workers at this time in middle school settings is mission critical to our success as a community. Our middle school students will now be starting a half an hour earlier, so that's 7:30 in the morning. In addition to that, they are being asked to be held to higher academic standards. Also, our 6th graders, our current 6th graders are what I call COVID babies. These are the kids whose kindergarten year was interrupted as a result of COVID. In 1st grade, they were virtual, online, and then in 2nd grade, they were social distancing, and then in 3rd grade, they had kind of what I would consider the first real regular year of school where they could actually interact in the tribe. And behaviors that they would have learned in kindergarten as a result of being in school face-to-face were not learned because they were sitting in front of computers. And once they got back, they were in masks and they couldn't actually be around each other in what we would consider a normal way. So now, our social workers being removed, like Karen Davis in Bob Miller Middle School, is not just problematic for our school, it's problematic for our entire community. And personally, I was the mom in the elementary school line who was praying that my daughter would get out of the car and not be broken that day. Not walk into that school crying, not wondering how that kid would return to me that day at the age of 8, 9, and 10. When she got to middle school, Karen Davis opened her arms to that girl. And when I tell you, my 11-year-old stands flat-footed with a microphone and she can address 500 people and connect one-to-one in a real way because she had a social worker who's a real person, not a line item, not a position, not a part of the budget. Karen Davis is a part of our community and she changed my life. She changed my daughter's life. She changed our community, and I asked this school board to really think about what you're doing when you're taking social workers out of middle schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Marissa Stratton. Marissa, are you in the building? I don't see Marissa. Okay, let's move on to Kenya Cervantes. Kenya? Nope, okay. Dr. Beamel.
Good evening, Tiffany Beamel for the record. I want to speak tonight about grading and student success and how the structures we set in place either empower students or unintentionally hold them back. We have watched CCSD work to create more equitable grading practices, aiming for consistency district-wide. These changes were supposedly made with good intentions to ensure grades reflect mastery of standards. However, the current practice where summative assessments carry nearly all of the academic grade and formative work carries minimal weight has created unintended consequences. When students know that only the final test really matters, they are less motivated to invest effort into the practice and feedback cycles that truly build understanding and mastery. Research and best practice show that formative assessments, daily practice, feedback, and opportunities for revision are where learning actually happens, and students need those experiences to prepare for summative assessments. We need a return to a balanced system, whether a 60-40 or 50-50 split, to give real meaning to classroom practice. This encourages students to engage with feedback, see mistakes as a natural part of growth, and build confidence before a high-stakes demonstration of learning. Right now, our current model is creating anxiety, an overemphasis on test performance, and an environment where students fear assessments, sometimes even contributing to greater stress and increased requests for testing accommodations district-wide. Changing the scale to give formative work weight that reflects its instructional value would shift the narrative back to learning as growth, not just performance. This is not about lowering standards, it's about teaching how to meet them. Finally, with the budget, since the projected shortfall was announced, conversations have been everywhere. Social media, staff lounges, community meetings, everyone has ideas, and the truth is there are no easy answers. Enrollment has declined from roughly 325,000 students at our peak to about 275,000 today. That changes the landscape. Fewer students means certain needs shift. That's a fact. But two things can be true at the same time. For years, CCSD operated with a significant teacher shortage. I was there, I know. We created alternative pathways like CLS and adjusted licensing requirements to keep classrooms staffed. That was necessary at the time. Now, with enrollment changes and expanded parent choice in where they will send their kids to school, we're navigating a different reality. What teachers need in this moment is not polished presentations. They need clarity, they need transparency, they need to know that their professional and daily work with students are valued and protected. Every adult who directly serves students, teachers, support professionals, custodians, office staff, coaches, are essential. These are your boots on the ground. These are the people who ensure safety, learning, and stability every single day. When we examine staffing structures, we should ask thoughtful questions. For example, in the past, schools with large populations operated with fewer administrators than many campuses have today. Mine was 3,200 students. We had 4 admin. As we evaluate budget priorities, we should be looking carefully at where dollars are concentrated and whether those allocations most directly support student-facing roles. It's not about blame, it's about alignment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beamel. Moving on to Mitchell Harper. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, good evening. Mitch Harper. I want to be clear that this is not a criticism of Bob Miller Middle School or its leadership. Principal Wickler has demonstrated visible and consistent support for inclusion and for Mrs. Davis, the school social worker. It was the choice that was placed before him that was structural. And it's that structure that concerns me. Because when we categorize positions as teacher versus non-teacher, we unintentionally suggest that some roles are instructional and others are optional. And that's not the reality inside a middle school. My daughter is fortunate. My daughter, you heard from her earlier. She's a highly gifted, straight-A student body president headed to high school and to a crazy future. She has stability and support at home, but I know that not every child in CCSD walks into school with that same foundation. Some walk in carrying anxiety that they cannot yet name. Some are grieving. Some are navigating instability, identity, or isolation. For those students, the difference between struggle and stability is often one trained adult who intervenes early. For those students, the difference, at Bob Miller, that adult has been the school social worker, Ms. Karen Davis. This is not an extra position. It's a mental health and crisis response role that's embedded in the school day. Mrs. Karen Davis mediates conflicts before they escalate. She provides short-term counseling so students can return to class ready to learn. She works with families. She connects students to outside resources. She prevents discipline from becoming disengagement. Prevention is invisible work. You don't see the fight that didn't happen. You don't see the panic attack that was de-escalated, and you don't see the student who stayed because someone simply noticed. But what you will see is what happens when that layer of prevention is removed. Today, BSU is the largest organization on campus with over 100 members in a school that's less than 6% Black. It fosters belonging, leadership, accountability, and cultural pride. Students of every background participate. When Mrs. Davis is recognized at assemblies, she always receives the loudest applause, and that comes from the entire student body. You know, that's not a popularity sign, that's a sign of trust and connection. She's also one of only about 3 Black faculty members on campus. Representation matters, especially in a school where so few adults reflect the diversity of our broader community. Presence matters. Under strong school leadership, this role strengthens the culture of the entire campus. So my concern tonight is broader than one position. If our funding structure forces schools to eliminate mental health and prevention roles before classroom.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Jeremy Heckler. She's not coming. And then after Jeremy will be Kimmy Lindsay.
For the record, Jeremy Heckler, and I have the pleasure of serving as the president of the NEA of Southern Nevada. Trustees, I come to you tonight with the thoughts and concerns of many members. The trustees as a body are responsible for overseeing the budget and the superintendent. The term fiduciary duty is often brought up. Instead of focusing on minutia, they should ask why money is being spent on branding and marketing, why $10 million is being spent to change schools short times when there's a $50 million shortfall. They should be asking why cuts are occurring to classrooms where students are directly impacted. Across the district, the dirty words of surplus, involuntary transfer, and reduction in force are spoken. Teachers are frantically wondering where their place is on the seniority list. The comments in public are that even the simple advances in pay are our fault. The problem started with cuts from last year's budget, mid-year. This got worse when the last legislative assembly felt compelled to only a $2 increase per student. Teachers and support staff are going to suffer the consequences for central administration and their consultants. And yet, where is discussion of where our money is going? Schools in this district are bailing water out of the boat, and trustees have focused their discussion on regulations and systems at work because ideology is more important than the work of providing for the education of our students. If we want to be a destination district that cares about education, then cuts should not be made to classrooms. We won't have teachers for students to be here. Delaying possible solutions such as changing start times until the budget is more stable. Table rebranding and making us customer service driven. Keep dollars in the classroom. Be transparent on where our money is going. Why consultants and town halls for strategic plans? We need to address the root issues that teachers in classrooms with students. Eliminate fluff, not programs that directly benefit students. Cut at the top. If we are down 50,000 students, then we should have less at the top, not more of the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimmy Lindsay. After Kimmy will be Jim Blocky.
Good evening, board. Thank you so much for staying up so late.
I want to just thank you all for the hard work that you do, and I really extend a great thanks to the representatives that really represent me as a parent and my values. Do y'all remember when Jonathan Lewis, that kid, was beat to death after school in a horrible fight? We all know we have an issue with violence after school on these campuses. That's something that it's been on my heart to be there for the kids. So disperse the kids after school, get them home safely, because that's an issue. Well, the mass walkout that is organized by organizations that they've really infiltrated our kids. It's really sad. Ice Out Vegas is kind of ridiculous and run by adults that want to get our children, and a nationwide thing, like we're buying that. But anyways, after school, 2 hours, they're gonna rally. What do we have in place to keep these kids safe? Big advocate for First Amendment, think it's awesome. But we need to keep our children safe. With that same thing being said, what about our conservative students who are getting death threats and post online when they comment things like, what's cooler in regards to it's chic to protest on Friday the 13th for 2 hours? What's cooler is shooting ICE agents because fascists don't deserve to continue living. These are students posting this. Students, just look it up. How is that protected? If we are CCSD and your viewpoints are our viewpoints and all of us should respect each other, how is it acceptable then that our conservative students are being treated like that because they're being called fascists because they respect law and order? Because what has ICE done here? What is one single example of ICE going into our campuses and doing anything? It doesn't exist. It is a made-up issue. And I am very grateful for what ICE has done. 132,000 children have been recovered that were lost during the Biden administration. They've been recovered here in Vegas, here at home. DHS arrested a Honduras man who was holding children that were unaccompanied across the border here in the place where trafficking happens. So I'm very grateful to law enforcement and for ICE for supporting the families and keeping the communities safe, because these issues do not happen. They do not exist. And if our children are feeling unsafe in school, it's because they're being programmed that way by other organizations telling them that they're unsafe when they're not. CCSD is the safest place that you can be, and that's why after school, go home, get there safely. Don't be hanging around. And have you heard them? Have you heard these students? The F-ICE? What about the behavior? What are we teaching our students when this is what we're doing? They're getting the signs, they're making them in class, teachers are overseeing this? What's happening here? Don't we represent something better? And can we please get these organizations out of the schools, because these parent groups or whatever they are, it's just propaganda.
Thank you. Jim Blocky? He is not here. Justin Cooper? Justin Cooper? Okay. Crystal Cooper? Oh. Ma'am, just remember, this is a business meeting, so
I understand.
We're not setting up. We're going to go to public
Okay,
comment.
let's go ahead and start.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Crystal Cooper. I am here today because unfortunately the Ice Out Vegas campaign did reach out to us first, as you see right here, January 24. We did not reach out to them first. I'm with 5051. Over the past few days, my students have been bullied by a nonprofit that is connected to your board. With that being said, I was doxxed, and all this information that I'm pulling up came from their page. I am pressing charges because I was also threatened. My life was threatened. And I don't care. I am a mandated reporter. I received information from the students. They said they don't feel safe. I'm right here. As you can see, I'm saying, stop contacting me. This is the second time. You guys know what AB4 is. You're Republicans, your governor passed it. So with that being said, if someone tells you twice to stop commenting, stop tagging them, stop bothering them, you stop. They did not stop. So as you can see, with everything held up, there is a specific names on here. With that being said, my children's advocate has been bothering bothering the students that I'm working with. Not to mention, here's a statement from the students. And this came in at 1814. Due to recent actions taken by members of Moms for Liberty and My Child's Advocate in order to discourage students, minors, and parents in peaceful protests that we as students have a right to participate in, members of Ice Out Vegas team have reported feeling unsafe and frightened by all the harassment we've been getting and concerning accusations coming out of their accounts. Again, I am a mandated reporter. I'm a registered nurse. I'm reporting this. I have to. So, I will also be pressing charges against every person that is on the board of My Child's Advocate. I've already talked to Metro. I do have a case. With that being said, more pictures. Again, I said stop contacting me. My face was plastered all over the damn internet. I'm sorry for my language, but I got a right to be angry. So, with all these different papers that you literally see me putting up, Moms for Liberty right there, like what the student said, this is unacceptable. And I urge the board to do something, because if not, I will, and I still will, legally.
Thank you. Cyrus Hijabi? Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, everyone. CYRUS-HOJJATY. I respect the comments and concerns recently about unauthorized immigrants. I'm very concerned about it myself. The Las Vegas area has one of the highest rates of these migrants than any other place in the United States. And the question is why? How did this number get so high? And a disproportionate number of them have students in our public schools. We need to do an audit investigation of the employers who are hiring them. There's many NGOs, unions who are pumping them up. Obviously, many of the past politicians like Harry Reid were responsible. And not to mention, look at the impacts it's created. We have to have Spanish forms, ELL courses. It's affected the overall performance, all the extra costs, taxes, the social climate it has created. Many different students have had to pull their kids out of CCSD because, again, all these changes, this is one of the impacts of multiculturalism, has an impact on the overall public school performance. So all this mass migration we've had, especially of unauthorized immigrants for decades, has had an impact in our public schools. And there's other factors. We have a lack of two-parent households, lack of parents with a high credential education, the school structure, a lot of different factors. But again, the immigration crackdown has certainly had an effect on the student enrollment. And not to mention, a lot of kids have been pulling their students out, believe it or not. And we see all these programs that we have to help one another, all these different equity programs as a result of one of these factors. People try to make this as really as a racial issue, believe it or not. And I can tell you that, well, certainly children of European descent make up only 20% of the school district, but yet European Americans pay about 70% of the local and state tax revenue that funds the school district. And I'm pretty glad that we've had European influence and they have come and conquered this plot of land. Hence the Las Vegas Strip with all these European themed and casinos. We don't see a lot of other themes. Think about that. And it's allowed us to become a very developed society. All the European Western societies, as well as East Asia, are among the most developed. And think about people from all over the world try to push themselves, going through hoops, coming to here, and ask yourselves, why? So, we see that there's a double standard, not among race, but also against males, against people who have a different sexuality. And I am definitely very much concerned that this unauthorized immigration has certainly been a burden to the public schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tanya Atterbury.
Tanya Atterbury, for the record, I'm trying to recover. All right. First of all, just thank you guys for your attention and resolution and our, that I mentioned last time about our in-person psychologist. It sounds like we will continue to have that person as our team member in the fall. So I do appreciate, and I just wanted to update you and thank you very much for that concern and consideration and the support that we received by you. Thank you. I'm going to circle back, like I usually do. I'm going to talk about Regulation 6150. Thank you for your leadership, for those of you who have worked to make our school libraries an open source. Leadership is correct that parents and the community can go in and check the school library's content. Maybe as you revamp Regulation 6150, show parents where to look and how to research by typing in the title, the book, and then clicking on the copies to see if the call number is there for that specific book, so that they can see that if it's not actually on the shelves, and they can check it out at the public school library. So that might be a part that is missing. And then leadership is correct is also that accusations with no research doesn't help. So learn how to check if the book is actually there before they start accusing you guys or accusing the schools of having things on there that are not there. In 2025, the legislation showed why Regulation 6150 really does need to be overhauled. I watched the floor discussions on the Assembly on Education. I did watch the librarians testify in front of that legislation, and two of the Assembly representatives at that time were joking and laughing about the unusefulness of the challenge forms. As they were normally kept, they normally kept the books on the shelf. But I'm sorry, the guy just distracted me. They wanted these bills to pass because, which was AB 416 and AB 465, because of the wasted hours and the cost that it was going to cost for them to go through all these challenge forms just to deny them on the back end. So I'm not 100% sure about the 3 or 4 challenges that were submitted last week that were discussed, because I believe there's a lot more. Even according to the legislation and their testimony when they were talking about all the challenges. So my question is here. Where's the data collected on how many challenge forms were actually submitted? With closed-door committees, we have no idea or data to prove Regulation 6150 works or doesn't. What were the books that were challenged? Do you know what schools these books were challenged? And then what was the outcome of the 3 or 4 books that were challenged? What happened after that process? So Regulation 6150 is not transparent, and it is deserving of a complete overhaul. Side note, I went to the DREAM event last night, and I thought it was a great community event. There was a lot of kids there. We got to talk to them. It was amazing. Just FYI.
Thank you. Alicia Fabi. After Alicia will be Mitch Harper. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Alicia Fabi, for the record, and I am a long-term substitute at Southeast Career Technical Academy in the Early Childhood Inclusion Program, working with the exceptional Ms. Sanchez. Many of you may be familiar with her. Madam President, Deputy Welsh, members of the board, thank you for your time. I do not envy your jobs. Thank you for your ears, and thank you for staying so late. I had the honor of my classroom being featured in the State of the District within the pre-K portion of the Core 4. Within my time at SECTA, my students have excelled, with data showing significant growth in literacy and math skills from the time I started in October. Students transitioning to kindergarten in the fall will have a strong educational foundation that will rival or exceed what private and charter schools around the area advertise, all through the public education system. But due to my hiring classification, I am not able to apply for the position I am currently fulfilling, and depending on the outcome of the surplus, may not have the opportunity to apply for any licensed positions within the district. I am the product of CCSD. I attended elementary school at OK Adcock, middle school at Garside, and graduated from Moapa Valley High School with an advanced degree. I am CCSD. I recently graduated from UNLV's accelerated ARL program with my master's in early childhood education and hold an ARL in early childhood education. In addition, I have received 52 graduate level credits in special education. I have worked on and off as a guest teacher within the district since 2020. And yet, even with my credentials, education, and experience, I am considered an external hire. I am here tonight to respectfully ask the district to reconsider how substitute teachers are classified when they hold an active ARL license. Many long-term substitutes are fully licensed or actively completing licensure requirements. We are leading classrooms, writing lesson plans, collaborating with IEP teams, and serving our most vulnerable learners. Yet in some cases, we are not eligible to apply internally for licensed positions while serving in a substitute status. I believe substitutes with active ARLs should be considered integral employees and allowed to apply for internal license rules within the district. This would strengthen retention, reduce turnover, and keep dedicated educators like myself who are already invested in CCSD from seeking positions in the charter systems. I want to continue serving CCSD students, but I am worried that I will be pushed into the charter system due to my hiring classification. I am simply asking for a pathway that recognizes the qualifications and commitment of educators like myself, those who believe in a free public education, those who are dedicated to CCSD and its families, those who are passionate about the high-quality education of young children, and those with disabilities. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Mitch Harper? Mitch? No? Okay. Mr. Gomez? He just walked out? Okay, I'll just put him on the side. We'll come back to him. Dutch Harbor. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Dutch Harbor, and I didn't actually write anything formal to come up here and say this time, so I'm just going to speak off the cuff. When I hear things like this is a place of business and we need to act in such a way that we don't address the entire board as a whole, I would think that that implies that there's some semblance of professionalism amongst every board member, but there isn't, clearly, right? Now, I've been coming here for months, weeks, calling on certain board members to either resign or be dealt with, and obviously it hasn't happened yet, and more people are showing up to say the same thing. So, you know, I'm over here wondering, like, when is enough people going to be enough people? I mean, you have students going out to protest ICE, and some of you guys who promote ICE. So in a way, they're protesting some of you as well. And I don't want to address the whole board, because I'm not talking to the whole board. I'm talking to Lorena, and I'm talking
Sir?
to you.
Sir?
And that's it.
I would like to make a statement very simply. I understand that it might be fun to add a level of unprofessionalism at the end of a comment and think that it's okay. But it's not. So if you're invited here to speak publicly, we're asking you to follow decorum. If you cannot, you will not be asked to continue to speak here. You will you will treat this like a business meeting. And if we continue to have outbursts and not treat it professionally, we will move forward. Okay. Where's PD? I'm serious. Should be right here. Mr. Gomez, you're back.
David Gomez, for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance president, former president or deputy director of LULAC, former president of Wake Up, legislative lobbyist, federal lobbyist, father of 7 children, and business owner of many businesses, son of Carpeteria, and a whole bunch of other things. You know, I was at Roy Martin the other day, and you're talking about 11, 12, and 13-year-olds walking out of school. I watched them. Police were escorting them, making sure they were safe, making sure things were working right for them. But then the kids became disrespectful. They started saying F to the construction workers across the street because the construction workers, which are Latino, were telling them, go back to school. And they were telling them, F you. And I was like, wow. Then they went to the gate, started shaking the gate at the school. All the kids inside the PE class came to the gate, disruption of school time. I watched this all happen. There's no consequence. There's no consequence for any of these things. People come in here and say they're advocating for parents and students and whatever else, but they're the same person that called that kid Mario last time I was here. You know, when I was with Marzette Lewis, we fought very hard. I helped Ruby Duncan. I've helped a lot of people in this state. I'm one of the longest volunteers in the state that has volunteered, not for $1, 1 penny or anything. No monetary. Why? Because I have a passion and I believe in God. And I serve people, but I serve people through serving God. And the problem is with a lot of these groups are, they come in here, they want to be the help, but they're not looking for solutions. They're not asking, how can we make a solution to this problem? And yet they want to come in here and blame a president and ICE and all these different things. I haven't seen no ICE at the school, but I see kids protesting ICE, but that's okay. You have a freedom of speech, you have First Amendment, but in my household, you better come talk to me first because I'm the father. You're not the parent. I'm the parent. You want to follow your friend, you're going to find out what happens. I am the dad. But at the end of the day, Obama has deported more people than this Caucasian man in office. He deported, I'm not talking when you guys are talking. He deported more people in office than anybody else. And I don't come in here disrespecting anybody, so they better be quiet because I'm a 7th degree black belt. If they want to jump on me, they're more than welcome to.
Mr. Gomez, I am going to ask you not to address the audience, please.
Okay, well, then they need to stop talking about me. If they got something to say, they can say it to my face.
We're not doing it. We're not doing it. Please continue to address the board. And I would like to ask the audience to be respectful and professional. I have said it multiple times. I don't want to say it again.
I'm sorry, but I don't like to be heckled behind my back. But nevertheless, I don't do that to them. So I respect them and I expect the same respect. Regardless of what they believe in, I still respect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine Kenyatta.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Cañada. I'm here to speak about the unprofessionalism on the board. There has been constant issues, clearly, with specific board members not conducting themselves in a professional manner outside of this board. And I don't know how you expect us to address you all as a team. You guys are not all there conducting yourselves unprofessionally. We all saw the video of January 30th of a board member acting very disrespectful and advocating for ICE. How is that supposed to make our students feel safe? How are they supposed to feel like they can come to school without you just handing them over to some masked man? I mean, I don't get it. I don't understand how you can try to say that you advocate for children or you care about children, but you're willing to hand them over to some random man. And that's the thing. It doesn't matter that you guys are just protecting them on campus. What happens off campus? You guys discipline things that happen off campus. So why is not protecting them off campus an issue for you? Why is that not a priority? If they don't come back to school, You have less students. You have less money. What are you not understanding? Is it only white kids that matter? Because from what I'm understanding, we are a county of kids from all different backgrounds. And if you're only going to advocate for certain students, I don't think you should be on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Lena Haji. Please state your name for the record.
And for the record, it is Zena Haji. Hello, Honorary Board of Trustees. My name is Zena Haji. It's spelled Zenahajji for the record. I'm an alumni of the school district, and I want to address the recent attacks of a teacher who sits on the assembly seat of District 28 Honorary Assembly Member and Purple Heart recipient, Ruben De Silva. I have been an avid community organizer since I was in high school. I am now 23, and have a decorated experience in government relations and political organizing. I did speech and debate all 4 years of high school, and that is what pushed me to make my career choice. In my junior year, I walked out when Parkland High School was impacted by the horrible tragedy of a school shooting, and I do not regret my choices. I come here as Zena, but also as a representative of the Nevada Muslim Dems Caucus, to explain why teachers like Rancho teacher Mr. De Silva are important. I've never felt more empowered until I had a teacher who said that my voice matters. And for many students, that is Mr. De Silva. As a young Muslim student in CCSD, my peers and I never felt represented. And when I met Ruben, he immediately told me about his South Asian and Muslim students and the lack of representation or recognition within his classrooms. He vowed to push his bill to the state to recognize their holidays that usually fall on school days so that they can have excused absences instead of choosing between a school day or celebrating with their families and community. One of those holidays is Eid, a Muslim holiday I have missed many times. Ruben carried that bill all the way to the governor's desk, and all I saw in the opposition were people telling Muslims that they have no place in CCSD or in Nevada. There are approximately 300,000 Muslim students in CCSD currently, and I am here to appeal to your better nature because, frankly, CCSD has failed the other minority communities that do not make up the majority minorities. They're extremely underrepresented and unseen students of CCSD. I also want to let you know that even pushing for the punishment of a teacher or being vocal to students utilizing and vocalizing what is their right that you should be protecting says more about some board members than it does about a teacher who supports their students' right to organize. And lastly, I want to urge you to put aside your partisan affiliations because it is what you are elected to do. You did not run a partisan race. You do not represent any partisan organization in your seat. You represent the school district's community, the superintendent's budget, and the academic policies. Approach this properly without your personal affiliations, since Mr. De Silva and many other teachers do the same. I will leave you with this. If you are an educator, I believe you understand what I am about to quote Ms. Howard from Abbott Elementary. Teachers at school like Abbott, in this case Rancho, we have to be able to do it all. We are admin, we are social workers, we are therapists, we are second parents, heck, sometimes we are even first parents. Stop punishing teachers for being supportive to students.
Thank you. Damian Luckett. And then after Damian, we will close out with Terrellyn Thompson.
Hello, yes. All right, good evening, Madam President and trustees. My name is Damian Luckett, for the record. I proudly represent the Brothers of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, Epsilon Psi Sigma chapter here in Las Vegas. I'm here tonight to speak in support of Rancho High School teacher and Assembly Member Ruben De Silva. 3 quick points. First, our district should refrain from making employment decisions based on political pressure campaigns. If there's an allegation, the standard must be fact, policy, and due process, not social media outrage, not headlines, and not demands from any outside organization. Public schools cannot and should not be run by intimidation. Second, civics is not indoctrination. Students witnessing civics participation, peaceful protests, public debate, constitutional rights can be a real-time learning movement when handled appropriately. Reporting on this situation himself reflects that Mr. De Silva viewed it through a civics lens and has disputed claims that he directed a walkout. We must be careful not to punish educators simply for acknowledging civic engagement or encouraging students to understand how democracy works. Third, I want to highlight who Ruben De Silva has been to this community. He is a Rancho High alumni who returned home to serve students as a teacher. He has been described as an award-winning educator. He is also a proud veteran of the United States Marine Corps, Purple Heart recipient, and a man who has consistently spoken about service, sacrifice, and responsibility. He has used his platform to advocate for Nevada, advocating for education priorities and broader community safety issues. He has even been selected to keynote speaker at College of Southern Nevada 2024 commencement, reflecting the respect and trust he has earned in the community. He is also committed and community serving member of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. My request is simple. Keep the focus on the students, follow district policy, and reject efforts to turn CCSD into a political battleground. Support educators who teach responsibility and do not allow outside groups to decide who gets to serve our children. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Terilyn, please state your name for the record.
Terilyn Thompson, your friendly neighborhood high school theater teacher and secretary of NEA of Southern Nevada. I know you've heard a lot about the start time change coming next year, and I'm here to share concerns directly from my students. I told them I would be their voice tonight because they cannot get here at this hour. The very first question I was asked was, what's going to happen to our theater rehearsals? Why did she ask me this? Because right now we end rehearsals at 4 p.m., except during Tech Week, because we have to do that intentionally. Several of my students have to leave by 4 because of transportation issues. That's not optional for them. One of my students asked after looking over the final survey data, why didn't they listen to what we wanted on the survey? If the school day shifts forward 90 minutes, rehearsal will shift that too. That means rehearsals will now be from 3 to 5:30, and that's if I start immediately after the bell. No checking my mailbox, no talking to students who need help, not even running to the restroom. Is that realistic? I'm not sure yet. Another concern is jobs. Many businesses near our school hire high school students specifically because they can start at 2 or 2:30. Next year, that start time becomes 3:30 or 4. That pushes their work later into the evening, which pushes homework later, family time later, and sleep later. And transportation, this one worries me deeply. Some of my students have parents who must be at work at 7 or 7:30 a.m. That means students get dropped off early. Right now, we already have students sitting outside our building at 6 a.m. when I arrive. With the new schedule, will those same students be sitting there for 2.5 hours waiting for school to begin? We were told one possible solution is holding practices before school. Have you ever met a theater kid? That's not happening. And as a mom of a former athlete, by the way, just turned 21, I asked about sports. We cannot move practices to the morning at my school because we do not have an athletic trainer available. So let me circle back to something mentioned earlier tonight, absenteeism. If you ask most high school students why they show up every day, the honest answer isn't English or math. It's sports, it's theater, it's band or orchestra, it's clubs, it's activities that make them feel connected to school and to their friends. Those of us that teach the arts, advise clubs, and coach sports understand the power that we have in getting students to come to school. If these activities end too late for students to participate, what happens to your attendance data? What will your graph look like next year in February? Because for many of my students, activities aren't extra. They're the reason that they show up to school. I'm going to end this with a promise I made to my students today, and that is to invite you all to Durango on March 31st, April 1st, or 2nd at 6 p.m. to watch their performance of Clue. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes 5.01. 6.01, we have an upcoming meeting of the Board of Trustees Thursday, February 26th at 5 p.m. here in the boardroom. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Awesome. Let's vote. passes. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.